Okay, so we're back. I'm going to see if this works better. Had a bit of a technical difficulty. Don't know exactly what was the issue. Reset my routers and restarted my computer. And it looks right now like it's got a better connection than it did. So there was something going on. I don't know exactly what that was, but we're going to get back into this and get some takeovers going. So let's just make sure that we're up and running. Excellent connection. That's what I like to see. Hey. All right. So I'm back. Son, how's it sound in Discord?
Everything's good so far.
Yeah, all right. Seems like we're doing better. All right, so I think yeah, we should be plenty ready to do our poll. Let's just give people maybe like 5 minutes to get back into the stream. Jacob, it looks like it's all good. Yeah, Shooter 90, welcome. Wicked, welcome back. Thank you. All right, we'll try to get people in here. Hopefully, I mean, we had like 50 people already. I don't want to lose everybody. So hopefully everybody will make it back. How many people?
Yep, put it out in the Discord as well.
How many people do we have signed up?
Quite a few.
Okay. Hey, McKiller.
Yeah, at least
Sabik, welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I reset my modem and my router, and then I restarted my computer, and it seems to be better. It now tells me that I have an excellent stream connection. So there was something going on. I don't know what it was. I couldn't diagnose it and fix it on the stream like it probably would have taken me a little bit. So I thought this was just the faster way to go. Kenyatta Bundage, hello, welcome. Denise, welcome back. Good to see you. Mr. Fudan, welcome. Good to see everybody. Cooking, 1964. Just like a bad penny, we always return. Fortune DD, what's good? Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Joshua, again at work, no free takeover for me, RIP. But Joshua, we're glad you could join us. That's nice that you can maybe watch on your phone while you're at work, doing other things, and have us in the background. Am I saving sacreds for fusions? On this account, I'm saving sacreds for a 2-time sacred shard event. And we were supposed to have one this weekend, and then they decided to change it and give us a 2 times void instead, which was really weird. But okay, so now I have 5 sacreds, and I'm just holding on to them until I get it 2 times. Now, if the fusion comes down the line and happens to coincide with a 2 times event, then absolutely, that would be great. So we'll see if that happens. Yeah. Your router was tired and needed a quick nap. Yeah, my router's been working hard. Live wild, that is a good way to think about it. Any new people that were waiting for the 10-minute period in Discord are now good to go. So everybody make sure that you are signed up. If you want to be signed up to the Wheel of Takeover in the Discord, if you just got here and you are new to the Discord community, you need to go to our Discord community, become a member. You're going to have a 10-minute waiting period, unfortunately. And then you want to go to the coach's corner and react to Sun's message. You don't have to type a message. You just want to go ahead and react to it. And that's going to add you to the Wheel of Takeover. And hopefully we'll get through at least 2 takeovers. We always do, but maybe a 3rd. Bill, welcome back. All right. Kieran is here. Fun and party. Hi, good evening. Thanks everybody for your patience with the technical difficulties. All right. Why don't we go ahead and pull? Let's pull, or not pull. Let's spin. Let's spin the wheel of Takeover and see who wins.
All right, let's do it. Hopefully everybody who was there has come back. That's the only concern I have.
Yeah, that's true. The wheel of names is
they'll
thinking.
have to be in the Discord to react, so we can always message them directly.
Yeah. Got a lot of reactions today.
All right, we've got our first winner, Swordfish.
Swordfish, welcome. I don't know if I know who Swordfish is. Ivan says, does the account need to be early or mid-game? I'm having problems with hard Doom Tower waves. No, it doesn't have to be an early or mid-game account. The later game that you are, the more flexibility you'll have for me to help you. So it's fine to do a late game account. But there are a couple of things to consider with a new game, mid-game, late game account, which is that potentially, the fix may be relatively complex. Like it may require you to build a champion that you don't have built yet or something like that. So, it just depends what your resources are and how much your leeway you're willing to give me to like find a solution to the problem. And sometimes like if you want like, oh, hey, can you help me with a Nightmare Hydra team? I don't have a Nightmare Hydra team, so I'm still working that out. So I'm not likely to be able to fix that problem for you. Okay, Swordfish, Grats. Cool Ishan Gamers, it's me. All right, well, let's see.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
All right, awesome. So all you got to do is send me your account information.
Cool.
Yeah.
You're showing your Discord on screen right now, so you're going to show us account information.
Okay, let's not do that. Hold up, don't do anything. That's surprising. Why did that happen?
You know why? Because that's normally where I am. But because I'm not streaming.
No, you know what? That's not something I normally have showing on this particular scene. I usually do that on a different scene. I don't know why that popped up on the scene. But thanks for shouting that out. So let's not give away anybody's account information here. Okay, Swordfish. I think we're all set now. So thanks for that. Lots of technical difficulties today.
Today has been a day.
All right, here we go. All right, so let me get out of this. And add an account. And then go ahead and just text me what it is you'd like me to work on today for you. And if there's any restrictions, like if you don't want me messing with the champion, let me know. Or a team. Clan Boss Ultra Nightmare. Oof. We're going to go through all your red dots. So I have to do that for everybody's account. All right, Swordfish. Do as you like, he says. We got 8,000 energy, almost 9,000 energy. We got 15 million silver, which is nice. Actually, for this channel, that's a lot of silver. Normally, I get like 150,000. So that's quite nice. Let's go ahead and take a look at the roster. All right, we've got some 60s here. We've got 41 6-stars, it looks like. So that's quite nice. You have some champions here that I'm not familiar with. I don't know this champion at all. It's a Nag Skull Reap. Okay, let's see what this guy does. True Fear. Interesting. Okay. All right. So yeah, you've got a Cardiel. That's awesome. You got a Tamesia, you got your Mithrala, Hefrak, Candrafon, you got your Vizix built out. Let's see how she's built out. What's her speed? 153. That's a little disappointing. But otherwise, you're building the right champions. Your Arbiter's at 310, so that's not disappointing. That's fantastic. You got your Islin here. You got your Artak. You got all the login reward champions, including Ninja. Okay, so we've got some stuff to work with. You've got an Akemptum. You've got an Akemptum. You've got a lot of broken sets, I'm noticing. Do you use the gear optimizer, the Hell Hades optimizer? Is that something that you use a lot? Got Geomancer, Morag. Some good 60s. I'm not noticing a lot of speed. So you do have Arbiter. And you do have Deacon. And you do have Apothecary. Okay, so you've got some speed here. How fast is your Apothecary? 235. Deacon, 185. Okay. You don't use the Hell Hades optimizer. All right. Well, I'm going to use the Hell Hades optimizer. We're going to look for a team for you. Now, right now, what I'm thinking. Now, first of all, you have Ninja. So you have, let's look at your clan boss. Before I get into that, let's look at your clan boss team. All right. So you don't have any keys. So I will have to spend gems on a key. Unless you've got one in your mailbox. I'll look there first. Okay. So let's see. Swordfish, you did 65 million on a 1 key in Nightmare into Force Affinity, it looks like. That's a legitimate team. That's a decent team, right? You got very good champions there. You've got your decreased attack, decreased defense. You've got a weaken from Arbiter. You've got poisons from Mithrala plus the cleanse and the shield. You've also got the block debuffs from Cardiel. You have the ally attack from Cardiel, the increased crit rate and the increased crit damage. So you've got a lot of what you need here. That's good. It's not an unkillable team, so obviously, you know, it's only going to go so far. But you're pulling down 65 million. This is actually fairly similar to my last Nightmare team. So I didn't have Mithrala yet, but I think I had Razin, Scarhide, and Valkyrie in these 2 spots. In fact, I'd have to swap out these 3 spots. I think I had Razin, Scarhide, Valkyrie, and Seeker. So Seeker is like Arbiter, right? Turn meter fill, increase attack. But the weaken... No. The weaken I was getting from Razin, Scarhide, I think. And so I had all the same things that you did. I think, did I have a decreased attack on that? I don't remember. But I had the counter attack. So that was the way I was trying to get the damage. And I was hitting about the same amount you were. I think I was maxing out somewhere around 75 million when it was the right affinity. And then the wrong affinity was probably like 60 million, something like that as a 1 key. But it was still a 3 key on Ultra Nightmare. So is that where you are now? Yeah, you're getting 22 to 25 million in Ultra Nightmare, which is realistically like a 3.5 key, right? So you're not really at your 3 key yet, and you want to be at least at your 3 key, preferably a 2 key. The good news is you've got good champions for it, but the bad news is I don't know if we have an unkillable comp here. Let's take a look. Let's make sure we check out the vaults too. All right. Got a bunch more 60s in here. You do have, what's this guy? Skull Crusher? Is that what his name is? So you do have a counterattack champion. I'm going to look for any of the unkillables here. I assume that if you had an unkillable, you would have already started building. Runekeeper Dazdirk is always nice to see. Ugo is a great champion. You've got a lot to choose from here. Whisper, great damage dealer. What do we got in the reserve vault? More. We've got more epics over here. Okay. Got Fane. All right. So just as sort of a rough, first impression, I'm going to actually go into the Hell Hades optimizer. I'm going to pull up some suggestions there. We'll do it on screen so everybody can see it. But there are things that I think about when I start trying to retool a clan boss team. The first is, can we go from killable to either unkillable or infinity? And, those are two different options. I'm not as good with infinity teams. I don't have as much experience with them because I've never had the champions to quite pull it off. So, the one champion there that typically you really want to see is Brogni. He can really help you with an infinity team. There's some other ones like Kyoku, I think, is another one. So otherwise, I'm looking for unkillable. I don't see the unkillable champions here. I could do a little bit more of a search and see, like, do you have a Demitha? I don't think you do. So you don't. And then, do you have like a Warcaster? So that'd be Bannerlords. And you don't have a Warcaster. And then, it would be Roshguard the Tower, or, you could also, I suppose I could just do it by buffs. So, I forget which one is, this is unkillable. Those are your unkillable champs. And then I think this one is block damage, right? Yeah. Block damage, right? Okay, so you don't have any block damage or unkillable teams. All right, so in that case, what we're trying to do is we're trying to ramp your damage with the team that you have, right? We're trying to get it as affinity friendly as possible. You can speed tune a killable composition. I don't know that it's worth it. I don't know that it's worth spending several days of speed tuning just to get, say, from a 3 key to a 2 key in Ultra Nightmare. What you might do is just see if you can tweak the champions that you have that seem to be providing you the best value. Experiment, do a little bit of trial and error, and then see where you come out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to the Hell Hades optimizer. Let's see if we can get this up on screen. Well, first of all, I've got to upload the info. Okay, and then let's try to put this up on screen here. Okay, so here we are in the optimizer. Now, I'm going to look for Ultra Nightmare. I'm going to stay with the Void Affinity just for now, because like Spirit Affinity is a whole other issue, but Void works for all of the other compositions. And then, okay, so you've got a 40 million key, 37 million key, a 37 million key. So these would be 2 key teams potentially for you. Right now, what can we build out? What do we already have built out? That's a different thing. So we need at least 35.5 million basically on a key, right? So anything that's below 35 million, we probably don't want to look at. Doesn't mean you can't take one of those compositions up above it, like up above the threshold, the damage threshold. You would just need better gear. You would need better stats, potentially, to get past, whatever this damage is doing. The other thing here is like, you're looking at total battles. These aren't a lot of total battles. So this is kind of an interesting build here, right? Now, one of the things that you'll notice, like with this comp up at the top, is there are 2 ally attackers. When you have a damage dealer that's really phenomenal, ally attacks can be good. If you have a damage dealer who's really phenomenal, counterattacks can be good. Now, it's going to be that A1. You want a strong A1. But, potentially we could get some value out of either counterattacks or ally attacks, or both. So I'm going to go back to the, I don't think any of these compositions are just like jumping out at me as better than what I was already thinking about. So let me turn this off, go back to the game. All right, so let's look at our Mithrala here. She's fully booked, full masteried, but she doesn't have the offensive tree. So you're not going to get any War Master procs here. Okay, so that's something to know. Accuracy is plenty high. Speed is decent. So all the good stats here, but no War Masters. I do like Tamisha quite a bit. She can be very good because she brings HP burns as well, and Ninja activates HP burns, so that can be good. But maybe we want to go with a poisoner, or we want to stick with ally attack here. So let me turn this off. Reset the filters here. Let's go do that. And let's just go with this for now. Okay, we do have a Dark Kale who's an extremely good poison. And he's not fully built. Masteries, he does have his Giant Slayer. He doesn't have his banner yet. You've got a Kemptum. Let's see how he's built out. Low accuracy there. Very low accuracy on a Kemptum. Yeah, we could get more accuracy on Kale. So this guy could be really good. He is booked. He's got Cruelty, which decreases defense on the boss, which is nice. That brings extra damage by decreasing the boss's defense overall. That's for everybody. So where'd our Ninja go? Here's Ninja. Does he have he doesn't have a blessing. Okay, but his accuracy is also low, and his speed is very low. He is in Relentless gear, but that's not going to make up for the lack of speed. We have some options. We do have some options. Now, based on the runs that you do, like with Mithrala, is Mithrala basically the champion that keeps the team alive? I mean, you have Arbiter for revives and stuff. Do you have to rely on the revives to get a bunch of damage at the end, or is it just kind of the thing where it's like Mithrala's just for some extra poisons? Like, is she a reason? Is she important because of the cleanse? Do we have to have her on the team? I mean, she's well built. She's good. She's in good shape. She's just not. She just doesn't have a clan boss mastery. She's for cleanses and poisons. Okay. Let's check out the Arbiter's masteries. Also no clan boss mastery here. Okay. By the way, is your ninja built at 100% crit rate? He is. But we have Cardiel. Cardiel's speed is good, 267. Yeah, taking the Arbiter out would be tricky because of the weaken. So let's take a look at some of these champions. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and look for. I want to look for weaken champions. That's what I want. I want some debuffs. Let's look for weaken. So that's this one, I believe, right? Okay, so we have a few different weaken champions. We do have a built-out Feign. Decent accuracy. She's a little slow. Is that... She's in the vault. Let's take her out of the vault. Yeah, so protection set. Okay. Skills are booked. Mastery's all the way down. So that's good. We have that potential champion. We've got Crowhawk the Bloodied, who I don't know that well. Not booked. Okay. Speed in dungeons. We've got a Whisper who is booked out with Cruelty and the masteries you need. Accuracy is low, speed is low. You've got Razin Scarhide, decent accuracy. I think you need 225, right? Let me double check that. Where are we? We're trying to go for Ultra Nightmare. So I think, wait, for Ultra Nightmare is 275, I think. Let's see, raid stages, tool. Uh-oh. We slowing down again? Son, are we having any issues with the stream? You there? All right. He may have walked away. So I'm getting a little bit of a slow reaction here from the website. Let's see. The stream still says excellent condition, so I'm going to assume it's okay. But the stages tool is not working. Mostly Cardiel revive on death keeps team alive. Okay. All right, here we go. Finally. All right, so the accuracy is actually 250. Okay, for Ultra Nightmare, it's 250. Okay, so we need 250. All right. So Fane has 244. She is slow. Let's see what these boots are. Are they speed boots? They are speed boots. So we could get another 16 speed out of her, which would take it up to 272, 271. We could potentially swap her out of these protection pieces. I'll have to take a look at your gear here. No speed here on the accuracy banner, but we could look at that. All right. Razin is super slow. And we have 15 million silver. So we can rebuild a little bit, but we can't go over the top with this. Here's some accuracy. Annex has accuracy, 319. He is slow. What are his boots? He's got attack percentage boots. So we could potentially swap him into speed boots. That would give us another 45. That would get us up to, what, 183? It's got crit damage and HP. He does have his 100% crit rate. Now he brings the weaken here. The nice thing about the Arbiter's weaken, obviously she brings other things, but the nice thing about her weaken is that she's void affinity. All right, let's look at poison champions. Got Zavia. Yeah, we already know who we have, really, don't we? So I think we have to decide, do we want to go ally attack? And if we want to go ally attack, getting champions that have poisons on their A1, like a Kemptum, right? He has a chance of landing a poison on each A1. And then he can inflict the damage from the poisons. We've got 2 poison activators here who are both really good. Dark Kale, and he also has poisons on his A1. He can also instantly activate HP burns. Now, if we look at the HP burns, right, from Ninja, he puts the debuff up for 3 turns. When used against bosses, will instantly activate the HP burns. But so potentially you could get value out of running him with Dark Kale. You could go ally attack. All right, I've got an idea. I think I've got an idea. We're going to try it. We're going to see if we can do this for 15 million silver. All right, so I want to go over here and check out the team. I think that this potentially could work. We got to see if the rebuild is going to cost us too much. I don't know if it is or not. Let's check your mailbox, see if you have a key floating around. No key. All right. And then the timer on the key, I think, is a couple hours. 2 hours. So I'm going to have to buy a key. I hope you're all right with that. Okay, great. Thanks. All right, so we're going to buy a key here. And what we're going to do is we're going to set up a team. And I think I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. So we're going to mess around with this team a little bit. We're going to see where we land with this. But let's go ahead and put in Cardiel. And let's keep Arbiter for now for the weaken, the increase attack, and the turn meter decrease. And then let's go with... Let's do this. Let's go with Ninja. And I guess Dark Kale is in the vault. It must be in the vault. Where was he? Oh, there he is. Okay. Let's do that. Now, so here's the thing. We don't have a decrease attack anymore. I don't think Dark Kale has a decrease attack. Actually, maybe he does. So let's just save that for now. And let's just think about who's going to be on this 5th spot. So let's look at that champion again. Let's go ahead and pull him out of there. I want to take a look at him and just make sure I've got his kit right. He does have a decrease attack. Yeah, I thought he might have. Okay, so he has the decrease attack. So we have the decrease attack. We have the poisons. We got the activations. He's got a blessing that we can choose. So we can actually do a couple of different things there. With the A1 like ally attack, it might just be Phantom Touch, honestly. But we'll have to consider this. So we want to make sure, what did we say? 250 accuracy. We need 250 accuracy. Let me write that down so I don't forget. Where's my... All right, I need 250 accuracy on everybody. Anybody who lands a debuff, which is everybody except Cardiel right now. And now we need one person to keep all of these people alive and moving. And honestly, I'm thinking about Skull Crusher. Now he's got an ally protection, a counterattack, and he puts an unkillable on himself. With Cardiel as the primary healer, he's not going to get enough regen, but we could potentially put him in. We could potentially put him in some. Let's see. What about? Now this is just a self counterattack, but it's also an ally protection. Heals this champion by 5% of their max HP each time an enemy inflicts a critical hit. That's not a lot of sustain. We could remove some debuffs there, but we also have that on Arbiter. Islan is nice, but I don't... He has the increased defense. The counterattack is only on himself. You don't have him fully booked. All right, let's get away from that and let's look for... I'm just looking for other mitigations. This guy's pretty good for clan boss. Shield buff on this champion. Increased defense on all allies, ally protection. I mean, it's on a 3-turn cooldown. It's up for 2 turns. So if you get him fast enough, that's 100% uptime. He also has a chance of placing a leech, so you get a leech out there, which would help with sustain. Let's see. Are either one of these built? No. Okay. White Triad Naya is built in regen. Decent speed, low accuracy. Well, not too low, but a little bit low. she's got this ally protection and the strength. And the problem is she takes a lot of damage on those AoEs. So I don't know if a regen set would be enough to keep her alive, even with Cardiel going. We do have a Taragi the Frog who's got a nice decrease attack. So that would be a second decrease attack, plus a shield, ally protection, reflect damage, more poisons. And since we've got poison activation, he could be really good, but he's not fully booked and he's not 6 stars. That brings us back to Skull Crusher. And he's got his... Okay, so let's do that. Let's make sure that we've got... Let's make sure that we've got what we need here. This is fun for me, by the way. I'm sorry if this is like... He hasn't done anything yet. I'm just... There are so many champions. I don't know your account, so I'm trying to figure out, what is available here. There are definitely different ways we could go. Like we don't have to go this way. You can go with like a Rector Drath kind of thing. She's got hers built out. She's got that perfect veil, which is going to give you a lot of sustain or mitigation. She's got the sustain, she's got a decrease attack on her A1. Like there are all sorts of other support champions we could go with. And another healer wouldn't be bad, or a leech, right? If we could get a leech out there. Let me see if there's anybody with a leech that would be worth. I mean, I know there's Deacon Armstrong. Yeah, so it would be Deacon. I mean, it would have to be Deacon, but we already have the decreased defense covered. And so I don't think we're going to put him in. So it feels like an ally protect or an increased defense champion. And without Island fully booked, I don't know that there's another increased defense champion. Let's see. Mithrala, that's better than Mithrala. Other Cybele, no. Yeah. So the question is, do we stick with Mithrala? She's got the increased attack. She's got the cleanse, but we also have the Cardiel. How's she built again? She's got the accuracy and decent speed, so that would require less. So the counter attack might be better, but the ally attack is going to work with her. All right, so let's do this. We're making one swap, I think. Let's just see how we would do this. I want to think about that counterattack idea. So let's see how we would do this. Okay, so let's go ahead and save that. Now let's think about rebuilding these champions. So let's start with Ninja, because he is your primary damage dealer, and he is way, way too slow. So I run my Ninja at like 212 to 220, somewhere in there. And, you want the 100% crit rate, you want the crit damage, but you need the accuracy to land the HP burns. That's where the majority of his damage comes from. And then the more turns he gets, the better off you're going to be. So I know that's why you put him in a Relentless set, but the Relentless set doesn't seem like it has enough speed or accuracy, and so it's not enough here. So let's go ahead and start rebuilding this Ninja and make him a beast. Like, let's just do that, because that's going to get you a lot more damage. So the first thing I'm going to do, I think, is I'm just going to put the filter on. Let's see how we're doing. Let's go with some crit damage gloves. Let's see what crit damage gloves are out there. And actually, let's make sure that they have a crit rate on the substat. Let's see if there are any with speed on the substat. See if there are any with speed and accuracy on the substat. Annex. That's a pretty nice piece right there. That's a beautiful piece with a triple roll and a crit rate. Jeez, that's really nice. So I don't necessarily want to tear apart your annex, but right now I'm going to just make that the go-to piece here because that's pretty crazily good. So let's go ahead and look at boots now. So for boots, we want a primary stat of speed, and we're looking for crit rate and accuracy if we can get it, but again, we don't have to. We do need crit rate more than we need necessarily accuracy. Let's see if we can find something that's got good crit rate on it. Crit rate, crit damage, and accuracy here with one more to go. That could be very nice. That's not a bad boot. Okay, so I think the best option looks like this speed boot here. Where was it? Is this one, right? All right, let's try that on. So we've got speed and perception right now. It would be nice to have a damage set, like at least one damage set, maybe crit damage, or I don't know, maybe even retaliation would be nice to just get him more counterattacks, but we don't need it. As long as we're getting our HP burns down and we have enough speed, I think we're going to be fine. So now let's look at the chest piece. We want a substat of, I don't know what's going on there. We want a substat of crit rate. That's important. If we can get accuracy and speed on the same piece, that would be nice. Cardiel is the only one who has that, and we're not going to change that piece because we need Cardiel to be running. Well, we might change that piece. That's an attack percentage chest piece on Cardiel, which you don't need. So we could potentially take that off of Cardiel. But also, we don't necessarily need all of these stats on the same thing. We only need to get to 250 here. So once we, start changing out the other pieces, we'll probably get to 250. So let's look for speed and crit rate and see if there's anything else. This could be a nice piece. That's a pretty nice piece, but it's a defensive chest piece. This is a nice piece on Stagnite. We don't want to necessarily cripple your Stagnite, and that's not enough crit rate realistically. Let's roll up this 5-star chest piece here that's on Saurus and see if we get a double crit rate or a double speed. Any of them will be good, but if we get a double crit rate, it would be really nice. Okay, so let's see what else it rolls into. HP percentage is not bad. Potentially we could take that chest piece, even without any accuracy. Now, let's go ahead and look at your shield. I want to see the shield you're running. So where are we? Perception. So where's the shield you're running? Crit rate, crit damage. All right, so we want speed and accuracy on that. Let's see, speed, crit rate, and accuracy. We've got a new brand. Look at this beautiful shield that you just recently acquired. That's fantastic. This is nice, but it didn't roll into crit rate, and we're going to need crit rate. So we want to try to get at least 1 or 2 rolls into crit rate here, but any of these could potentially be good. Crit damage is okay. It's the least important roll. And we roll into it twice. That's kind of an unfortunate, sorry about that. It's kind of an unfortunate roll there. It's not bad, though. It's not bad. I'm going to take this up. Let's just see what it hits. Let's see if it gets crit rate or speed here. Crit damage, triple roll and a crit damage. Wow. All right, I'm going to try that on. And now let's look at these two pieces. And we need something like this. This is a quad roll into speed with accuracy and crit rate. We could put that on somebody else. I don't even know if I want to waste that on a ninja here. That's a crazy good. You got 32 speed on that. First of all, get a 6-star glyph and put a 6-star glyph on this. Get your 8 extra. This should be 37 speed. That's what that should be. So we might have to do that right now. In fact, you don't have any 6-star glyphs. You do. You do have 6-star glyphs. This is such a crazy good piece. I'm not going to roll your glyph though. I'm not going to roll your glyph. All right, so is that going to be enough crit rate? Let's roll this one up. We need at least a double roll in the crit rate on one of these pieces. It's going to be a nice, if it goes 1 into everything, it's going to be nice. That's 18 speed there. That's a nice piece too, but we're getting away from the crit rate we need. And unfortunately, we can't get it anywhere else except the substat rolls. So maybe we have to get away from the perception set. Or we have to just look for crit rate pieces and we get rid of it, we get away from the accuracy here. Here we go. Let's roll this one up. Man, come on. We need some crit rate. All right, I'm going to get away from that piece. Let's look at some of these other. Okay, so that at least has 12% crit rate, which is not bad. This one has 14%. We don't want to necessarily change your geo, though. Here's 16% crit rate. Here's 14% crit rate. All right, so unfortunately, your weapon here has 17% crit rate, it looks like. So we need a good weapon, and then we need to get the extra. We need the extra crit on the helmet. And it looks like, what do we need? We need 16. Looks like we need 16 crit rate on the helmet. Or we got to swap out one of these pieces. So if we did this piece, that gives us 95% crit. That's so frustrating. That is so frustrating because that accuracy we could glyph. The speed is great at 203. Obviously we lost a ton of defense there. And we lost a bit of attack too, but yeah, you had a very defensive build on him with a 2.7. I don't know. Let's see. Let's take a look at some other sets. Let's take a look at Divine Speed. And we need crit rate. That's the most important thing. So let's take a look at Divine Speed, see what's there. Okay. Let's take a look at speed, see what's there. %17% on that one. We're not going to find a better glove than that, I don't think. Double roll in the crit rate, roll in accuracy with speed, HP percent, like 6 stars, perception. That's literally the best gauntlet we're likely to see. Potentially, I could look for something that's got a double roll in the speed boot. So let's check that. Let's see if there's anything that has a better roll crit rate into. What did we get? What percentage do we have? 12%. %15% here from a Kemptum. With resistance, HP, and attack percentage, which is not bad, but we lose 21 accuracy there. We get 3% crit rate. So let's take that for a second. That gets us up to 90%, 98% crit rate. Crit damage is nice. And then let's just look at the chess pieces again. You don't necessarily need to go with an attack percentage chest plate. But if we're not going to go with an attack percentage chest plate, we need to get more than just one stat from it. Like this, we would need something like this. And that would put us 1% short anyway. That gives us a lot of extra crit rate, but gives us nothing else, huh? This is a very good piece for Cold Heart. That's where that belongs. So ooh, look at that. This was the piece we thought about swapping. So if we do that, we've got our 100%. We're at 207 accuracy, 229 crit damage, 219 speed. Defense has dropped quite a bit. Attack is still pretty good. HP has dropped quite a bit. But this feels good. This feels better. I want to take a look at your banner here. HP with speed, attack. Okay. Well, we don't necessarily need an accuracy banner. And we want to have some survivability because it's not an unkillable team. So I don't want to completely strip off all of his HP and stuff like that. So this actually feels okay. This one feels okay. You've got 2 attack stats there. You've got speed. HP is a little bit of survivability. HP on the main stat. The only thing you could potentially think of is, would more counterattacks help? And this could potentially roll a little bit better, except it's only 5 stars. So let's take a look at your amulet. Is there another crit damage amulet that has accuracy? Nope. Okay. Accessories are good. But now we would have to change Cardiel's build here. And that's 1.1 million to swap out all that gear. Whew. That ain't cheap. Let's go ahead and glyph it and see. First of all, let's roll this all the way up. See if we get accuracy. HP percentage is not bad. Let's go ahead and enchant this. We'll do some 4-star glyphs. You got a lot of 4-star glyphs. So I'm going to take those. And let's see what the final stats actually look like. Oh, let's take this up to 12 as well. Still looking for more accuracy, but all right, we need big accuracy here. 6 is good. You're going to be very fast with this ninja. All right, neither of those rolled well. Let's re-roll. And we need big accuracy. Good, perfect. You got the rolls there. Let's roll this. Okay, where did we land for accuracy? 220. So we need a little bit more accuracy. Let's just make sure we get. Well, we need 250, don't we? Actually. Darn it! I thought we needed 225, but we actually need 250. We don't have that many accuracies. Ouch. Okay, so let's look at the banner again. Is there an accuracy banner? There's this one with no speed on it, but we're running very fast. And this is defense and HP, and we don't want to totally kill his survivability. It's not optimal, but let's run it up to. That was not great. So this would get us to 270. We need to be at 250. Being below 250 just doesn't make sense. We lose 13 speed there, which does not feel great, but you'd be still running at 215, which is way, way better. And we're losing that 6,000 HP. Holy cow. All right, so I'm going to do one last thing here, which is before I make all of these swaps, I want to see if there's a better chest plate where we can get the crit rate and maybe have an HP chest. Because if we're going to swap out that banner, I want to try to have some survivability here. So let's go for the chest plate. I'm going to go HP percentage if we can do that, and then we still need the crit rate. And there's nothing in the sets that. Wait, let's do equipped. Okay, that's not going to be enough crit rate. This isn't rolled. That's got the 11%, which is one shy of where we want to be, right? That was the one that we were looking at before. That's not bad. So here's the thing. If we swap this, we lose the speed set. So we might want to look for a piece in the speed set to replace one of the other pieces. This is probably the best one. This one is also very good. Let's try that one. And then we would want one of these 3 pieces with crit rate, preferably accuracy. We lose 24% crit damage here. We get some accuracy, we get 12 speed. I like these stats a lot better. 100%, 240. Like, these feel good. 206 feels good. We don't really need to be a whole lot faster. I'm almost tempted to just leave it there like that, even with the broken set. We're still way shy on the accuracy. But we're going to swap the accuracy banner in, right? Is that what we said? We're going to swap the accuracy banner in. Where's that banner? That's where we lose that speed. We could drop back down to 193. $270, $215 speed. All right. I'm going to pull the trigger here. 100% crit rate, 220%, 229% crit damage, 270 accuracy to land all those debuffs, 215 speed to just get a ton of more turns. Defense is a lot lower. HP is a lot lower. Those are actually proper numbers probably for Ninja. You know, I wouldn't typically run him a lot more defensive than this, but because you don't have an unkillable clan boss team, this could end his run relatively quickly. We do have 2 revivers on the team. We have like a, you know, so we do have the chance to get him back potentially. But I'm going to make this swap here. And then let's go ahead and look at our Cardiel, because we've now pulled him out of his chess piece. So we need to find him a chess piece in the speed set. And it can basically be any chess piece, really. But hopefully we find something maybe with HP or defense percentage. We don't need accuracy. We don't really need crit rate. Speed, defense, and resistance are all good. So this could be a good piece for him. Yeah, I think this is the piece. Let's go ahead and run that up. All right. Let's try that on. So that's going to bring him back up to 270. That's not bad. Almost 3K defense. I'm sorry, almost 4K defense. Yeah, that's solid. Okay, so that feels good, pretty good for Cardiel. Now, let's see our team again. Okay, so let's take a look at Dark Kale, and we need to make sure that we've got the accuracy here for Arbiter. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look at these broken regeneration pieces, which are nice pieces. That 4 times speed was great, but we had didn't we have a roll in perception that had a quad speed? I think we had a quad speed in perception gear. I'm pretty sure we did. The helmet? This piece. Okay. That's a triple speed. Okay, let's see. Well, so one of the things about this quad roll and speed, like this makes a lot of sense that you have it on her, right? But let's say we can get a triple roll on a speed gauntlet. You get the 12 speed from the speed set. That's going to make up for 2 rolls, right? So right now we have 2 rolls here and we have 4 rolls here. So that's 6 rolls. So if we can get 4 rolls in a speed set, we'll match it. So all we need is 2 double rolls in a speed set. And then potentially we could even, you know, use the divine. So let's look at this. We want, we're going to keep the boots. We're going to keep the boots, but let's look at these 2 pieces, and we want to look at these 2 pieces in perception. We want to look at these 2 pieces in divine speed. And we want to look at these 2 pieces in speed. Where's the divine speed? There's a divine speed. Only got a single roll, so that's not going to be enough. So let's go ahead and close that down. And then let's look at the speed set, because that's where we're most likely to get the speed rolls we need. That's a nice piece. We could roll that piece. See if we get the first roll into speed. So we could get away with the double roll. No, but we can't get away with the single roll. Okay. Crit damage, defense. No, that's unfortunate. Let's check perception. All right, so single roll. Ours a double roll. That's on a good, it's on defense too, and it's got resist. We could roll these flat HP. That wouldn't be a bad thing to roll. Could potentially roll that. I don't want to do that because we don't have a ton of silver, but we'll think about it. HP percentage. That's not bad. Those aren't bad either. Let's roll this up, see if we hit an early roll into speed. We did. We need at least one more roll into speed. That's nice. We need at least one more roll into speed. That's nice. We need at least one more roll into speed. That's almost. I tried, right? I tried to get it there. But we got a triple roll into speed. So this is her new chess piece. Like, that's absolutely going to be her new chess piece. All right. Now we've got to go find some gauntlets for her. So let's see if we can find something defensive with a double roll. You need at least a double roll or a triple roll. This is a triple roll. We're going to lose 6 speed off of it, but it's not glyphed. Remember, it's not glyphed. There we go. Look at those HP gloves. Nice. All right. Let's roll this speed. Let's roll another speed. Okay, so this would lose a 16 speed. That's too much. We've traded away too much there. We can't do that. Because Arbiter needs to be used in the arena. So we don't want to ding her speed. We need to find a way to keep her speed legitimately up where it needs to be. All right. So let's try. Who was that? There was somebody who had a triple speed, right? This one. It's attack percentage. It's not glyphed. Gives us 46 additional accuracy here. Man. I mean, what we're trying to do is get more accuracy on her. We're trying to not lose speed, but simultaneously we're trying to get accuracy on her. And this would give her some accuracy, right? 167, but we are still way far away from 250. All right, so this is a way to get a whole chunk of accuracy. We need speed. We have none. We have no accuracy banner with speed substat. And we would lose all that speed. I mean, it's better. And if you just held out for an accuracy banner, like we could build her like this, and then just knowing that, like, when you get an accuracy banner, you know what? I'm just gonna do one thing before we call that. Let's go ahead and go to the clan. Let's see about the clan shop. How are we doing on gold? We're doing all right on gold. You mind if I spend some clan gold and fish for an accessory here? We all right with that, Swordfish? Looks like you've got most of what you need here. All right. So we're going to pull this. We're probably not going to hit, but you never know. Banner Lords, Sacred Order, Banner Lords, High Elves Amulet, Undead Hordes, Sacred Order. Come on. High Elves Ring, Skinwalkers. All right, too bad. All right, we didn't hit there. We got more red dots to clear though. So I think what we're going to do just for now is we're going to build your Arbiter that way. We're going to make sure she doesn't lose any speed. But this is the first priority here. We need to get an accuracy banner on her with some speed. Preferably, obviously, more than 11 speed. We could also look for accuracy here on something like this. Let's see if there's any substats, any accuracy. What do we have on her currently? 21. So single roll. But it is 6 stars. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to just rebuild her a little bit. It's going to get her some more accuracy, but it's not going to be enough. But it's going to get her a little more speed, which is going to help you in an arena. And also, let's see, which one was it? Was this one? And then which gauntlet was it? I think we took it from somebody, didn't we? Who was it that we were taking it from? It was an epic, wasn't it? We were taking it from an epic. This one. Nope. Not the chest plate. Lizard Man. Right, Aox. That's who it was. Good call. All right, let's upgrade this. Maybe we'll roll into accuracy. No, we roll into HP, though. All right, so let's try that on. And then let's glyph these two out. So for this triple roll of speed, we're going to roll a big speed. Well, no, I'm still going to do the 4-star. There we go. That's what we wanted. You can decide where you want to put your 6-star speed glyphs. But that's a good speed glyph to put on there. You could get a lot more speed. 4 more speed. All right, so same HP, a little bit more attack, a little bit less defense, same speed here. Let's get this. Come on, we can roll better than 1%. Yes, we can. Let's roll big there. 2, that's okay. We gained 2 speed. We gained a little bit of accuracy. We lost a lot of defense. I don't even know if that's how did we do that? How did we lose all that defense? Oh, it's because of this glove. This glove was a defense glove. Now it's attack percentage glove. Now I'm actually rethinking this. I don't want to give up that much defense, I don't think. You absolutely need the accuracy. How much accuracy? Yeah, you have to do it. You have to do it because the banner is not going to give you enough by itself. And the extra speed will play. Let's do that for now. All right, and then finally we got to take a look at Mithrala here because Mithrala's got kind of an odd build. Where is she? There she is. HP. No, she looks good, actually. She looks great. She's not odd at all. She's perfect. Okay, and then we need a banner on this guy. We need to get his accuracy up. Let's go ahead and filter for accuracy. We have no dark elves with accuracy. Okay, so any banner then, preferably with speed. That works. All right. So one of the things that we can do here, because if we don't have enough accuracy, what you could do with this blessing is you could go with, which one is it? No, it's which one is it? Here it is, Heaven Cast. So you can ignore 5% of the target's resistance on the A1. And since you place poisons on your A1, that's a way that if you don't have enough accuracy, you kind of get an extra bit of accuracy out of it. And he's a little bit low. Let's see if we can get some extra accuracy here. All right, so again, this is a guy. He's primarily a poisoner. He does hit decently hard, but we're trying to use the poison activation skill. That's really the most important thing here. So we want to build him accurate. The crit damage and crit rate aren't nearly as important. So we're going to leave him at 100% crit rate, but we're going to look potentially to get out of these gauntlets and maybe into. No, I don't know that we can do that. We have all of these sets here. We need accuracy on him though. Let's see if we can do that for 3 million. Let's see if we can find a way to increase his defense a little bit and get some accuracy here. So let's look at these two pieces. And we need substats of accuracy. We have to have substats of accuracy. And we'll see what we have available. We have this one. This one was a good one. We just rolled that up. And we were looking at this before. Let's roll this up to see what if it rolls into accuracy and speed. Of course, it rolls into crit damage. Oh, geez. Okay. Got that crit rate. That was nice. Right, let's definitely try that. And then let's look at these pieces. All right, I'm going to look at these top 3 pieces now. And what I want is I want speed and accuracy in the perception set. All right. If we did all 3 swaps, all right, we did all 3 swaps. We're up to 264 accuracy, which is where he needs to be. We're up to 231 speed, which is very fast. But it's because of this helmet. Now, you can pull this helmet off of him in the future, but I'm going to put that on him right now. I would probably pull that off of him in the future. And then we're going to run up these boots. Oof, 1.2 million. Accuracy, 10 accuracy. Nice. Okay, so he's got a ton of accuracy now. So at 274, what is that? 260, 274? Yeah, you're nice there. Now you don't really need to worry too much about the banner until you want to pull that helmet off of him. All right, let's go run this team. Let's see how we do. Now, the downside is we definitely got squishier. But the good news, where did I put that team? There it is. But the good news is now we've got 2 damage dealers. We actually got 2.5 damage dealers. Let's see how this does. And we can actually watch it and see how it works. The ally attack with the poison activations and the HP burn activations for Kale are going to be really nice. The issue is going to be the debuff bar. We want to make sure that you have the weaken, the decreased defense, and the poison sensitivity up all the time, plus the HP burn. Yeah, you're going to be maxing out on your bar, but right now that bar looks perfect. That's exactly what we want that bar to look like and stay looking like. Now, in order to get to a 2-key Ultra Nightmare, what you need is about if you need 71 million, right? So you're looking at, let's call it 36 million a key. And let's say we get 20 turns. Then you're looking at 1.8 million a turn. So you'd have to get more than 20 turns. You'd have to get close to 30 turns. But if we can get, 1.3, 1.4 million, we might be able to do this. Remember that Ninja ramps up, so obviously the more turns that you can get him once he gets to his maximum damage there, this could be good. The speeds look good. The debuff bar looks really nice right now. I don't think we're missing anything. We have the decrease attack. We have the weaken and the decreased defense. We don't want those to drop. The poison activations are sick. Look at that damage. So my guess is this is going to get us to a 2-key. If we're not there yet, we're very close. Part of the question is going to be how reliable is it? Obviously, this is Void Affinity. So if you're up against Spirit Affinity, it could be tricky. Now, the nice thing about Spirit Affinity is that even though the slow comes out, you have 2 cleansers. So you might be able to handle that. Plus, your 2 damage dealers are Magic Affinity. So that's going to work great there. So potentially you could balance out the damage. How you handle Force Affinity is going to be different because with 2, Magic Affinity damage dealers, it might not be enough. You might weak hit too much. You might not land your debuffs. And without the debuffs, without the poisons and the HP burns, you don't get the activations. If you can get more revenge accessories on them, that's going to help. If you can get, make sure everybody has the masteries, the Giant Slayer or War Masters. That's going to help a little bit. But right now we're over 1.3 million damage per turn. And we're still going to climb a little bit because I don't think Ninja's maxed out yet. So if we could get to 1.5 million per turn, this could be really good. This is another long takeover. I just realized how long we've been going on this one. Clan boss takeovers always take forever.
Been here, working behind the scenes.
All right.
It's looking pretty good, though.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I think we lost... Did we lose any of our debuffs? No, we have that poison sensitivity up, which is going to be great. We've still got the weaken and the decreased defense up for 2 turns each. Now 3 turns. The Hex, we don't need. We don't need the Hex debuff up there. So that's taking away. But we need Mithrala right now. So, potentially we could replace Mithrala with Islan maybe. Arbiter's going to lose a turn here. That's unfortunate. So yeah, we're floating around 1.3 million, which is not bad. I was hoping for a little bit higher. All right, so that was definitely a hard hit. So the boss turn count is at 17. The question is, can we get, 25 turns? We're going to lose people, so we're going to have to deal with revives and stuff like that. That's definitely going to happen. But if we can time the strengthens, and the increased defenses, then potentially we could get 25 turns. So right now, yeah, I think we're just going to be shy of a 2 key. I think we're going to be really close. It feels like we're probably going to hit like 30 million. We might not even hit 30 million. That this team is close. This is a good team. This team is really close. I mean, part of it was, making sure we had the accuracy, but we lost a lot of defenses. And so, we had to keep Mithrala in there for the defenses. You could try the counterattack instead of Mithrala. You could definitely get the Skull Crusher in here and see if the ally protect would do enough to keep you alive, and if you could keep him alive. And if you had more counterattacks, you would get more A1 activations, and that could potentially increase your damage per turn. So if you got the same number of turns, it looks like we might actually get, so we're going to get to our 25 turns here.
Is that a fire alarm going off behind you?
No, it's the fire alarm. Somebody's cooking. It sets off the fire alarm. It's not an actual fire. All right, we are closing in on this. So now it's going to come down to luck of the draw in terms of the speed. Did we just get lucky enough that when people die, they pop back up with the revives, and that gets us more turns? And so this could potentially, maybe if we get lucky with all of the skill turns here, we could get to like 35. We haven't cleansed that Arbiter ever. So that timing is definitely off. And if we cleanse that Arbiter at the right time, that would help. So potentially messing around with the AI could help. We got another revive. We're at 33 million. Come on, you can do this. Let's get that 2 key. Nope. No 2 key. All right. So that looks like we're going to end up about 34 or 35 million, which is just a tad short of your 2 key. But I think it's the right team. I think the other option, like I said, is to try the Skull Crusher. I'm going to take a look just one more time at the team and see if there are any tweaks that we can make. But that feels really close, right? So I think you said you were pulling down about 25 million, about 22 to 25 million per key. And that was a 34 million key, at least, maybe 35. So we definitely improved the overall damage, but it's one of those things. Without a state change, it doesn't matter. If you go from 20 million damage to 30 million damage, it's still a 3 key. So we really need to just get you over the top there. And I don't know if we quite have anything that can do it. This could help. This could help a little bit. Revenge accessories on Cardiel could definitely help. Because not only more hits, right, but more War Master procs and more heals. So that could potentially help, if you're really trying to get just close enough, just a couple of extra million damage. You want to get to 36, 37 million. This could get you one more turn. This could get you one more round. This could get you a few more extra procs. Maybe it picks up an extra 500,000 worth of damage. And if you can do that 5 or 6 times, you're going to have enough to get there. So I would definitely probably go with the defensive one. Let's run this up again. It rolls into attack percentage, which isn't awful, but okay. So this would give us another 1,000. We would lose some defense there, but you can roll that. So you could do that. That would be one thing that we can do. Let's see about our Arbiter. I don't know if there's any change we can make with our Arbiter. I think the big thing here is the accuracy banner. If you can get that accuracy banner on her to make sure you get that weaken. Now, we didn't have a lot of trouble landing the weaken. It felt like we had the weaken down. And the nice thing about this particular team is that once you land the debuffs, here we have this was why the critical chance was important. So, each critical hit has a 100% chance of increasing duration of all debuffs. So we need to get his, that was something I missed. I didn't want to lose his crit rate, but I did. And that was maybe not the best call there, but still, you got a pretty good chance here at 65%, but we needed that accuracy. We also didn't take this blessing. Let's go ahead and see. Let's get that Phantom Touch on him. I want the Phantom Touch. Let's do that. Let's do this. Now I'm irked. Okay. And then Arbiter, I don't think we can do anything about Arbiter. Let's look at Kale. Not Kale, Ninja. Yeah, I don't want to reduce his damage. Yeah, we need his accuracy up there, so can't make that change. About masteries. All right, so what I would say is this. Based on where we are, you're really close. You've got a couple of things that you can be watching out for. A 1-star blessing on Kale or on Ninja, you can get a lot of value out of. So look for 1-stars there. Obviously, we need the accuracy banner here on Arbiter with the speed. So you might even be able to eke out a couple of extra speed based on that, depending on how it rolls. Because this only has a single roll into speed. So if you get like an epic or a legendary banner, even if it's 5 stars, by the way, that could be a good swap. You trade away some HP, but it's going to be worth it for 100% chance to land that weekend and the extra speed that you get. You don't need her to be this tanky in arena. Like, it's nice, it's a bonus, but like if you traded away 20 speed for 20,000 HP, you would win more battles in arena that way, you know? So speed is of primary importance on her. But yeah, and then here I think let's glyph this guy. Let's just see what happens if we glyph him. You might actually be able to get away with a little bit less accuracy on this guy. So you might be able to trade away some accuracy for some crit rate again. Sorry, I made that trade. I forgot about that. That I knew he had the debuff extension. I just forgot that it required crit. Resistance, defense. This chest plate feels like we could get away from that potentially. And if you could get into another set of perception or anything really, actually. I mean, accuracy is not a bad set, but it's, again, you know, if we could get a little more speed or a little more survivability, get that crit rate back. Okay. Let's get every last little drop of speed out of this guy. Actually, do we have revenge? Do we have any revenge pieces here? We don't have any revenge pieces here. We do. We have... Oh, all right. I've basically bled you dry there. No more silver to be had. Revenge sets here would be really nice too, because more activations, right? So get him in 2 or 3 revenge accessories. And that's going to do work for you as well. So yeah, we have a couple of tweaks we can still make. This is definitely going to be your 2 key. And I think it's going to be consistent enough against 3 of the affinities. I think you're going to struggle against Force Affinity with this team until you get a little bit more. But I think this is going to be your 2 team, or your two key team. I just want to look at this for a second. If we changed where this came down, how would we do that? Let's open. We don't want to open with it. We want to open with it. Let's shut off. No, we can't shut this off, right? Can we shut this off? No, it's the increased defense and increased attack. This is the cleanse. What if we just opened with this? Just try to get those extra poisons out there. Let's see if that changes the rotational. Just so we can get the cleanse. I'm trying to find a way to get the cleanse onto the Arbiter at the right time so she doesn't lose turns, because that would also be a big deal. So if we can do that, that would be good. Okay, we didn't land the weaken, but we landed everything else. You want to change masteries for Mithrala? It really depends. You definitely could change your masteries for Mithrala. That would get you to the 2 key. But the ultimate goal here is to get to the 1 key, right? And so like all of these tweaks that we're making are going to get us to the 2 key. But you want to think about what that happens, like what that, you want to think about what those changes do to those champions in other places as well. And Mithrala is one of those champions you use everywhere. I think ultimately what you want is to take Mithrala out of this team. I think right now she's really good for this team, but potentially you want to take Mithrala out of this team. You might also eventually want to take Arbiter out of this team, right? So the 2 damage dealers with Cardiel, that's a phenomenal trio. And now you want to build a team around those 3 champions that empower them and, free up the good champions that you need for other places. We've got the Weaken out there now. That looks good. So what I would say is, for instance, if you could get, say, a Demitha and a Seeker. Let's say you just had a Demitha and a Seeker, and you could do with a Cardiel, you might be able to like speed tune that for an unkillable composition with just those 3 champions, Seeker, Cardiel, and Demitha. You might be able to do it. I don't know if there's a speed tune out there. I should know because I have a Cardiel, Demitha, and a Seeker, but I built all my speed tunes off of Helicath. Or that's it. If you pulled a Helicath, I know you could do it with these champions. So at that point, then you go unkillable. You're going to get your 50 turns. At 50 turns, you've got a guaranteed 1 key on every affinity as long as you have it tuned properly so that you don't, like the speed affinity doesn't mess you up. The slow and the speed affinity doesn't mess you up. Yeah, you know what would have been better than changing Mithrala? Would have been changing Cardiel. But there, see, we've got the block debuffs there. The other thing is we could look at the masteries. One of the things that you can do, I don't know if you have the mastery that extends buffs by Cardiel. That's a good one to have. Like, it's not reliable for Clan Boss necessarily, but like if you have an untuned team, getting that block debuffs buff out for an extra turn can make a huge difference. So we're at 1.25 million damage right now, and we're climbing. So again, if we can get, I don't know that we can quite get to the 1.5, but if we don't lose Arbiter and she is always cleansed, so when she gets stunned, she can just keep going. We don't lose her turns, so we're going to get her damage out there, but we're also going to get back to her cooldowns faster, which means more turn meter fill, more increased attacks, more weakens, and then more damage. That might be enough on its own. So we're going to lose. We didn't lose a turn there. See, we didn't lose the turn there. That was awesome. So far, she's actually gotten a few more turns than last time. Now, that changes the speed tune, the overall speed tune. And, I mean, it's not tuned, but, it changes the overall, like, skill cycle. And maybe it's changed it in our favor, but sometimes you do something like that and it actually works against you, because now you're cycling faster, and so debuffs come down, and that's why a speed tune is so important to have the exact speeds, because sometimes faster isn't better, which is weird, but that's true. All right, so we got to worry about our damage dealers dying here. The other thing you can potentially do with a team like this is you can just min-max the heck out of it and, get it to where it needs to be and just keep pushing. Like, okay, these are my champions. I'm not swapping out any champions. I'm just taking these champions in and I'm pushing and I'm pushing and I'm pushing. And if you're only 1 or 2 million away, that sometimes is really worth it, because you can actually probably squeeze an extra 1 million to 2 out of each of your damage dealers and maybe an extra 500,000 to 1 million out of each of your supports. Just by messing with their masteries or changing their builds a little bit or whatever. That's like all of a sudden you've got 3 extra million or 4 extra million. And now it's a really easy 2 key. Now you're like, hey, I'm not clearing 36 million, I'm clearing 40 million. And that just feels really good when you get to that point. All right, so there she lost a turn. I think that was the first turn she lost, though. And it looks like we're a little bit ahead of our last pace. I think at 18 turns, we were at like 22 or 23 million. So I think we're at least 1 million ahead of where we were. Maybe a little bit more. Which means if we go the same number of turns, we should pass the 36 million threshold for the key. And I'll count that as a win. Honestly, I think when you improve, the damage by 50%, which is what we've already done. We've gone from 22 to 25 million up to, 34 million. So close to 50%. That's a nice improvement. But again, we want to try to get you to that 2 key. But yeah, the pace right now feels pretty good. We just have to see what happens once people start actually dying. Hitting Cardiel. Now that would be problematic if Cardiel died. The damage is being spread around more than it was last time. Last time the stun target was always Arbiter. I think. Pretty sure. We're at 30 million at turn 22. And what did we get? We got 27 turns last time. So I think we're going to make it this time. As long as the ending is good, as long as we don't have a bad sequence where Arbiter dies and doesn't come back. Because she's going to be the key to making sure that we keep going. So that Phantom Touch is bringing some extra damage. I do think that any revenge accessories that you could get on to either of your damage dealers would be good. Also Mithrala, because she puts out poisons. Although the debuff bar is full, so maybe not. $33. All right, this is going to be the turn that makes or breaks it here, because we can't have anybody die. Okay, that was good. Arbiter stayed alive. She's going to revive. No, she's not reviving yet. Okay, this is bad then. All right, that wasn't too bad. It was Cardiel, which is good. I thought it was going to be Arbiter. 35 million. We're at the 36 million threshold. Let's get like one more turn. Come on, let's get up to like 38. Nope. But Mithrala will do work for another turn. There's your 2 key, buddy. Woo! Talk about eking it out. You can't really cut it closer than that, can you? But hey, I'm pretty happy with that. When you go from, let's say your best key was 25 million before and we go to 36 million. And we did it on 15 million silver, by the way. So that feels like a good thing. If you had another 15 million silver, if you had 30 or 40 million silver in reserve, we probably could have made a few more changes and gotten you there. But so this is a potential 2 key Ultra Nightmare. Now, this was Void Affinity. I think you're going to be good on Spirit Affinity, because I do think between Cardiel and Mithrala, you should probably be able to handle the slows and the stuns just fine. And you're going to get that extra damage out of your damage dealer. So I think even if you have a little bit of a mess up with the slows, as long as nobody dies really early, like unexpectedly, you're going to get enough damage onto Spirit Affinity Clan Boss. Now, it might be more RNG, like it might be like your low key might be, 30 million, your high key might be like 45 million. So it might be a bigger spread. So you have to watch that, but I do think that Spirit Affinity should be fine. Likewise, I think Magic Affinity will be okay. I think you'll be fine on Magic Affinity. So the one that's going to cause you the most problem is Force Affinity, because you have 2 Magic Affinity damage dealers. But, if you can take these 2 damage dealers and eventually move them into an unkillable clan boss team, these 2 guys work really, really well together. I'm sorry about the mess up with the critical rate, because I do think if we had the crit rate for Dark Hail at 100%, if we'd been able to keep that in the build and still get the accuracy out of them, it might not have been this close. We might have been able to get 37, 38, 39 million. So look for that. Look for the Arbiter banner. Look for the revenge accessories that you can get on any of these people. If you have to think about min-maxing a little bit, like on Mithrala, switching your masteries or something, you can. But this felt like a success to me, to get 36 million here, which is a potential 2 key. So you've got another key coming in just under an hour, and you're going to be able to get your Ultra Nightmare top clan boss chest. That's great improvement. Thanks a lot, he says. You are welcome, Swordfish. I'm glad we were able to do this for you. Honestly, without a speed tune, it's always a little bit of a crapshoot. I was really hoping that I didn't change your champions and then, you end up with the same damage. I obviously, the theory behind the team makes sense. And by the way, if anybody has Dark Kale and hasn't built your Dark Kale, this guy is a crazy, crazy good champion. Wait, is he undead? I think he's undead. No, he's okay. He's Dark Elf. This guy is a crazy good champion. Really good for clan boss. He can be your solo clan boss damage dealer. You don't have to bring Ninja and this guy. Like if you can build a team that gets your 50 turns, you can build an unkillable clan boss team. This guy can do enough damage to basically do Ultra Nightmare on his own. If you can bring in a second poisoner, that's really good because he's got these activations. So each hit has a 35% chance to instantly activate 2 poison debuffs or 1 poison and 1 HP burn. So he's activating 2 of the debuffs. So you want to, like anybody that fills the debuff bar, normally you're like, okay, that can become a problem. Dark Kale solves that problem for you, right? Because he just pulls those poisons off of that debuff bar by activating them over and over again. And again, more revenge accessories mean more poison activations. Yeah, just great champion. Really great champion. Okay. So, yeah, congratulations on your new 2 key. Cardiel is amazing. Mithrala is amazing. You have a great roster. Like, yeah, you've got a fantastic roster here. So keep doing what you're doing. A lot of the champions are built really well. Think about the speed. Think about how speed multiplies everything. Just makes everything better. Makes for more uptimes on your debuffs. Makes for more, hits in terms of your damage dealers. Because some of your champions are built a little bit slow. Oh, and yeah, sorry, I did pull some pieces off. So you're going to want to go and make sure that you fill those back in. All right. That's it. That's it there. That was 2 hours and 40 minutes since we started, although we had technical difficulties and stuff. So that was another long takeover there. But there is your account. All right. Hey, son.
Yeah.
Let's get somebody else in here. Let's do another takeover.
Yeah.
Bill says, consider placing Mithrala before Dark Kale in the lineup. She places the poison and he activates it on an ally attack. That is a good call. That's a nice little min-max there. That's a very good call. Cardiel, Demitha, and Seeker, all you need is Lydia or a replacement for Eris and a DPS. Yeah, so I feel like there are a couple of speed tunes out there for her. So if you can get your Demitha, that's what you need there. You need to have an unkillable composition with only one unkillable champ is great. And Demitha is the one that can do it. Nobody else can do it, really. Right? Like everybody else needs either a cooldown reduction or something like that. But the nice thing about Demitha is that she also has a cleanse, right? So depending on how you can tune her, you can actually use her as the cleanse in Spirit Affinity. It's tricky to do. Most tunes don't use her that way, but there are a couple of tunes available out there.
Yeah, we've got our next winner, Zephyr. Now, they're not currently live on the Discord, I don't believe, so.
Uh-oh.
I'll have to see if they're still on the YouTube chat. I'll reach out to them as well.
Zephyr.
If you're here, let us know.
Yeah. If you are here, let us know. OG Stamp says, Colred said 3 takeovers. I don't know about that. Yeah, I don't know either. Clan boss takeovers take a really long time. There's a lot of things that you have to rebuild. And like most of my previous clan boss takeovers were actually coaching sessions. They weren't takeovers. I didn't do full rebuilds. And the reason is because there's so many moving pieces and there's so many considerations. When you look at a roster that's got, say, 40 or 50 6-stars, And then you're trying to move those pieces around, and you have all the gear on all those different pieces, and it takes silver to roll up new gear or to swap pieces. I mean, one of those gear swaps, just changing the gear out, cost 1.4 million or something. That wasn't even rolling up the piece. That was just literally taking it off of one person and putting it on somebody else. So, you know, there's so many things that go into the Clan Boss Takeover. It's why I don't actually love doing Clan Boss Takeovers during Takeover Tuesdays. It's not that I don't like it. I do actually really find the puzzle personally satisfying. But I feel like Takeover Tuesdays, I'm trying to help as many people as possible. And so even though that was cool, and I hope that the information and the tactics and the thought process that we worked through is helpful to as many people as possible, people who watch the video, I know that I'm not actually doing as many takeovers when I do a Clan Boss Takeover. Now, that's just sometimes that's what you do. We want to give people, you know, help that they need. I don't want to be like, hey, I'm not gonna tweak your Clan Boss team, you know, but yeah, it might result in only 2 takeovers today. We'll have to see. We typically go until 6 o'clock, so it's 4:45. So if we have a fast takeover, maybe we'll squeeze in a fast third takeover.
Unfortunately, I'm not getting any response, so I think we're gonna have to spin the wheel again.
All right, we'll spin the wheel again. Stefan says, I remember after the first 3 months of raid, I got a takeover, and the streamer said, go farm dragon for 3 months and get 30 million silver, then come back. Silver helps with takeovers. But, you know, one of the things about like the free to play mentality, my free play mentality, I've had takeovers with 200,000 silver. I've had takeovers with under 1 million silver many times. And sometimes the thing that you need to do to improve an account is not roll up new gear, right? It's just rebuild a team composition. It's like move champions around, maybe move 1 or 2 pieces of gear to just emphasize the role of a champion. Get them in the right spot with the right champs around them, and then you can get progress out of it. You know, I've definitely done some re-rolls with like 1, 2, 3, 4 million that have worked out really well. But I think when you do a takeover, especially a big takeover, when you're trying to do something like we just did, like we used all 15 million of that silver, and I would have happily used another 15. So if somebody came back with 30 million silver, I would have felt more comfortable successfully pulling off what we pulled off today. We were able to eke it out, but it was literally by 1 million. We just got over the hump by 1 million. And it's not enough to say that it's going to be all affinities with that team. But another 15 million might have been able to do that. So, Chief.
It is Chief, Victor.
Yeah, it's always tough when you see your name right next to the winner, isn't it? You're like, ah, man, I was so close. If I can redo one thing on my account, it's getting back the Lego books I used on my Kale. Yeah, if you ever book out a champion of the lower rarity with the higher book, that always feels bad later on when you learn exactly how rare those higher books are. That can be tough.
Now, Chief, I know he's in my clan.
Demitha can't be the cleanser because she needs to go last in the turn order. Right, but there's a speed tune, I've run it, where Demitha's going 3-1. And so she can cleanse the slow. She can't cleanse the stun. Is that, let me double check that. Let me double check that that's what I think. I'm pretty sure that that's the way it worked. Oh, you know what it was? It wasn't that she cleansed it, actually. Now, if I'm remembering correctly, it was that she reduces the slow by 1 turn, I think. And because of the speeds that I was running at, like I had the leeway for the slow to be 1 turn duration and not 2 turns. I think that's what it was. And so it actually ended up sort of acting like a cleanse, but you're right. I don't think it was a full cleanse. I think it's just all right. Well, I can't get into stuff right now. What's going on? Do we have our person?
I just reached out to him. We'll give him a second here.
Okay. We may have to spin yet again. The wheel of takeover. Let's see. I'm going to log in and look at the myth for a second. Shredded NICU, your nurse, says Deadwood Jedi has amazing build for clan bosses. A bit hard if you don't have many champs, but he does various amounts of clan boss setups. Yeah, it's the site for clan boss. I mean, he is the clan boss guru, right? So you want to use his clan boss calculator, and it's pretty amazing. All right, so yeah, let's go look at the myth. So I think it's actually decreases the duration of allied debuffs by 1 turn. So that's what it was. So there was a speed tune. I don't think it's not one of Deadwood speed tunes. It's a speed tune that I came up with. It was tweaked off of a speed tune I had come up with previously. So I used the HH optimizer to find a particular, like I was looking for a specific comp to see if it would work, and it utilized Renegade and Demitha and Cardiel, Renegade, and Demitha. And Cardiel, it was the stun cleanser. Yeah, the stun cleanser. No, he had the block debuffs up. That's what it was. He had the block debuffs up, which prevented the stun from landing. But I was still having trouble with Spirit Affinity. And what I was able to do was to get fast enough that this decreased allied debuffs took the 2-turn slow that the boss applies down to 1 turn. And for whatever reason, that was enough to keep it in tune. Like, it was an accident. It was a happy accident. I didn't plan it. It wasn't like I was like, I was just like tweaking and tweaking and tweaking. And I think I actually mistook this. I think the problem was I mistook this for a cleanse. And I thought, oh, maybe she can cleanse it. And then she just reduces it to 1 turn. And like the drop in speed wasn't enough to throw the speed tune out. And so it became affinity friendly. And I was like, all 4 affinities, 1 key, Ultra Nightmare, boom. But it was a happy accident because it wasn't supposed to happen. It wasn't the original tune.
All right, we're going to give it a 3rd time's the charm.
Okay, we're going to give it a 3rd try.
If we still don't get anybody, I'm going to go ahead and reset the reactions, and we'll make sure everybody's live.
Do it live.
We'll do it live.
The Wheel of Names is thinking. That always cracks me up. The Wheel of Names is thinking. We've got over 100 reactions there.
Yeah.
Demon King. Demon King won last week.
Yeah, why is Demon King putting his name in the hat?
Wait a second, but that doesn't say Demon King on the wheel.
It does.
It does? On mine it says Pranoff.
No, it says Demon King.
It does?
For me, it does.
Yeah, it's now too. I guess it got stuck. But yeah, Demon King already won.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're just going to start fresh here.
Demon King won last week.
If you've already won, you can't put your name in the hat again. Gotta wait a while.
I mean,
patience.
Yeah, it's 90 days, buddy. 90 days. All right, so we're going to do a new reaction So everybody who is currently live, we got 87 concurrent viewers. If you have not won a free takeover in the last 90 days, which, by the way, I haven't been doing this for 90 days yet. So if you've ever won a free takeover, you cannot have a takeover again today. But everybody else, put your reactions in, and let's get somebody a free takeover. Dell, hello. I tried to join. Hopefully I can get it one day. Hopefully. Hoax. The conspiracy theories continue. John Hodgson. Hi, all. Hello, John. Welcome. Reactions were from September 19th.
I cleared everything out.
You cleared it?
The first roll. Yeah. But the conspiracies continue. The new conspiracy is that everybody who wins is a Discord member. The true conspiracy.
Jordan Peterson says, I fed Taragi to 6-star my Gaelic and didn't pull another one for like a year and a half. Yeah, maybe wasn't the best call. Right? But these are the things that happen when we're new in our accounts and we don't know. We don't know. We're like, oh, I really need to 6-star my Gaelic. He's my starter champion. I really need to do it. And I don't know. This Taragi the Frog guy looks weird. Whatever. I don't care. And then later on you find out, oh, yeah, he's one of the best clan boss epics in the game. And you're like, whoops.
All right. We're going to give everybody just a few more moments here. And we're going to do another one.
About 70. We got about 70. We've got 89 concurrent views, but we got about 70 reactions here. So if anybody needs to get in here to react. The Fatal Virus says, I don't even feed Bushy because he might get buffed at any time. Yeah, you know what? Way back when I first started playing the game, I watched a video by Chosen. You guys know the content creator Chosen. I like Chosen. But back in the day, there weren't as many choices for content creators. And so you kind of, and if you don't know them, if you're new to the game, you kind of have to look around and see who you trust. Who are you going to listen to? So I found Stu Gaming, and I found Chosen, and I found Ash. And I liked Ash the most, but he was also like the least technical, right? He's very entertaining and he's informative, but he's like the least nuanced in terms of like the explanations. And so I was watching Chosen and I watched a bunch of his videos. And in one video, Chosen says, save your champions because you never know when they're going to get buffed. And he said that. And that to me is like confirmation of what I already want to do. I was like, hey, the content creator says I can do what I want to do, which is save a copy of every champion because I'm a completionist. Like that's me in a nutshell. Like I'm a completionist. I want every champion. I want to own every champion in the game. And so what I started doing is using my vault as a place to save the copies of unique champions. So I have a copy of every epic or every rare I've ever pulled. With maybe like 2 or 3 exceptions of fusion champions that I had to use as a fusion, epic, and I've never pulled another copy. So if you ever look at my, like, this is not my main account, but if I'll show you my main account just for fun while we wait. Who won, by the way?
We've got our next winner, Spinner M.
Spinner.
Kind of like that. Spinner
M. Congrats. Hopefully that's a fresh reaction, so we actually have that person in the channel. But yeah, I'll just show you just briefly while we're waiting for Spinner.
Unless they left in the last 3 minutes, that would be...
Right, that'd be very funny.
Real unfortunate. So Spinner, if you aren't there, you can respond in the YouTube chat, but you just want to go ahead and message Cole directly with your details.
And thank you for flying Delta.
Yeah. Did I do the pilot voice? Is that what happened?
You know how you have a lot of choices. No, what is it? You have a lot of streaming choices. So we thank you for flying with us today. Yeah, so let me show you my champion pool here, right? All right, so this is my roster. These are all the champions I just have, like, sitting in my roster. Look at all these, champions. I mean, most of them aren't even food champions. They're just champions. That's because my vault is completely full. 297 out of 300, 232 out of 240. And that's because I did a vault cleanse not that long ago. And so then you look at all these rares and epics, like every single one of them. And some of them are good that I want to build, like Ruella, like, okay, I want to build Ruella. But a lot of them, it's just like, I just have copies of all of these champions. Just every single, look at all these 30s. And they're ascended even, just random Amarantine skeleton, just sitting there. Like all these totally crap rares that nobody uses for anything. And then I've got a vault full of duplicates. So all the extra epics, all the extra rares, a bunch of these rares are leveled up to 30 as well. Just sitting here. If I had fed all these rares and all these 30s, I'd have like 12 more level 60s. But I can't do it. I even have a copy of like this dude, right? Who you get from like not Fellhound, whatever his name is. From 12.3. Like I have a duplicate copy of him sitting here in the reserve vault. I'm never going to need this guy. And I've had thousands of copies of him, but I have to have one in the vault. Here's another one. Here's Painkeeper number 3 or 4. Deacon number 2. Right? He should be in here somewhere. I haven't gotten a message yet.
Yeah, I reached out. Well,
how is it that we literally just refreshed the reactions
I
3 minutes ago and we still don't? Spinner M, do you know who you... I was going to say, do you know that that's you? But how would he know it's him or she know it's her when I say it? Because sometimes like you have all those different account names and you don't even realize what your Discord account is. You're like, oh, that's not me.
I think we found him.
All right.
There he is.
By the way, I'm closing in on level 100 with my main account. 7%. I'm 93% away of one more level to hit level 100. So I wonder if I'll do that before 1,000 days. Let me see where I am. I am at 900. I think I am at 928 days. So I'll do that before 1,000 days. But that's probably going to take me about 15 days to do. Maybe longer. All right, Spinner M, you got to send me your information directly. So just DM me in Discord. Bill says, I have one username across everything. Just Facebook is my real name. Yeah, I don't. I definitely don't. And one of the things is like I have 5 League of Legends accounts. So it's like, everyone's got to have a different username. Mike Mosley, you just need to DM me the account information. So I need your email address and your password. You're going to have to log out of the game or, I could kick you out of the game. And you want to do that in Discord. And then you want to join us in Discord so you can listen to me in the channel rather than on the video because there's like a 5-second delay or a 3-second delay. I forgot I was on my phone on that account simultaneously, so I just relogged in on my phone. I was like, how did I get kicked off my account on my phone? And then I relogged into my phone, and then I got kicked off here. I'm like, how did I get kicked off here? Yeah, that's why I'm still small time. That's why I don't have 20,000 subscribers yet. Oh, that reminds me. Smash that like button.
Subscribe to the channel.
Subscribe to the channel. Everybody joins our Discord community every Tuesday, which is great. Would you use gems to max out your champ storage or just use game coin? I used game coin until it hit about 10 million per 10. And then I started using gems because it was a silly waste of silver. And usually when I get over about 12 or 13,000 gems, if I get frustrated with storage space, I just buy some with gems. But I usually don't do it if I'm under 10,000 gems. So it only happens rarely. All right, we got the information. I think we got the information. All right. So let's try this out. Now, why don't you go ahead and DM me what kind of help you're looking for? We'll see what we can do for you. Uh-oh. Let me try this, man. That might not be the correct password. Try again. So there is something wrong with that login information. So either the email address is not correct or the password is not correct. Let me try something. Wait. No, it's not that. Okay. Mike. Yeah, no worries. But it's okay to log out or not, like, because when I log in, it'll boot you anyway. But the password isn't working, or maybe the email isn't the right email. So I don't know if you can do a little bit of a check on that and see, you know. And I just did a copy paste, so it's not my typing. It could be my typing. My typing is not perfect, but yeah, in this case, I just did a copy paste and it didn't work. It looks like the email is correct because it says great to see you again. So I will try that. Do you want me to try all of those characters or each one individually? There might be a limit to how many times I can try a password. I don't. Yeah, it didn't work with all of them together. Tell you what, you keep trying, you figure it out. I'm going to go back to my account. Okay, I can try that. That worked. You got it. All right. Let's get logged in. Good work. All right, so just let me know now what kind of help you're looking for. I just realized I've been in giant camera mode the whole stream, which is not normal for my videos. Normally I'm in this camera down here. I'm like this size. That helps get me out of the way. Like all that re-rolling of gear I was doing before, I was just in the way of the gear the whole time. And probably people said something, but I couldn't see it. So sorry about that, guys. It didn't even occur to me. All right, let's get some of these dots. We are account level 94. Okay, so this is an advanced account. 41,000 energy, 23 million silver, 9,700 gems. We're doing work. We're going to do some work here. This is fun. What do we need to do? As long as it's not Hydra, I'm happy. And I'm going to look. It's going to be Hydra. Can you help me with Hydra? Sand Devil. Sand Devil. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing that right now. We're trying out this other method, Mike. But if you can just chat to me, if there's anything else that you want help with, just let me know. But Sand Devil, let's go ahead and look at Sand Devil. Now, Sand Devil is not technically my jam, but there are 4 champions that you want to look for Sand Devil. One is Ninja, one is Walking Tomb Drang, one is Godseeker Aniri, and one is Cardiel. So those are the 4 champions that I look for. And if you have any of those 4 champions, then potentially we can do some magic for you. Now you have Godseeker, so that's helpful. But typically I farm relatively low levels of Sand Devil. He is not necessarily the place where I have the most expertise. So Godseeker by herself will not be enough. But let's take a look at what else is here. Yeah. You can get to 15, but it takes you 15 minutes. All right. Yeah, so you may have made a request that is beyond me, actually. I don't know that I'm going to be able to help you much. I'm going to try. I'm going to try for a second. Let me see if we can do this. And if not, then we might have to go to plan number 2. Because without those champions, I don't have builds that I'm familiar with. Now, there are builds out there. I'm not saying there aren't. But this is not a place where I put a ton of time and energy. Basically, what I do when we look at Sand Devil is... So I typically farm at 7. This is the best return on investment for the first stages. And then I think I farm 11. So I think I farm 7 and 11, and I don't push past that. Now, I think my highest, I have not gotten to stage 25. I think my highest might be like 17 or 18 or 19, somewhere in there. Because I do have all those champions that I mentioned. So you farm 11 and... Well, it looks like 15 is not unlocked here. So... 13. Yeah, 11 and 13. Yeah, I just haven't prioritized it myself. And that, now you're motivating me. Now I want to get back in here. I was planning on... Actually, right before I started the YouTube channel... That was an area I was focused on, and I wanted to get all the way to 25 because I have the right champions to do it. And I actually started building some out, and I didn't quite have my gear, and so I was like in the midst of farming gear. And then I started the YouTube channel. I got completely distracted. But this is actually a goal of mine that kind of got dropped by the wayside. So I should be able to do this because I want to be able to help people out. So maybe I'll spend some time over the next week trying to figure this out. But yeah, I don't know that I am going to be able to get you any further than you've already gotten, especially with the limited knowledge that I have in terms of roster champions. Like if you had a Drang, then maybe we could do something, because he can actually solo the whole thing, which is stupid. You need some crazy like stat thresholds on it. But let's just take a look at your legendary. You've got some good champions. You've got some really good champions, actually. I mean, I think you've got the three most important. No. You got three of the four most. No, you've got all four. You got the four best. I think the four best fusions that have been active since I've been playing, which is Helikath, Mighty Uko, Pythion, and Newt. I think those are the four best fusions in the last 2 years. So you've got those four. And then you've got the Login, Artak. You've got your Mithrala already. You've got another great fusion here, Razelvarg. Your Scylla the Drakes. You got Duchess Lilitu, so congratulations on that. You've got Hefrak. Like, these are all phenomenal champions. So what's the other thing? Can you do my Hydra teams? And then what did you say? Ultra Nightmare, and don't change any of the ones there. Okay, so look at the Ultra Nightmare. Don't change any of the ones there. You got 132 million on a 2-key for Force Affinity. And these are, you got Riho Bonespur. Nice. So you got a double Maneater Unkillable with Painkeeper, Seeker, and Riho Bonespur. Yeah, so there are some tunes out there that you could think about. If you're trying to get this to a 1-key, there are some tunes out there that you can think about that don't require the Painkeeper. You can just run double Maneater. I haven't run one of those, but I know that they're out there. And potentially, if you can get her out of that spot and you can get another damage dealer in here, you might be able to 1-key with this, basically with this team. I know you want to do my Hydra. You said don't touch these champions. I'm just looking at your champions. That's all I'm doing. I'm not going to touch anybody. I'm just saying that's a very nice 2-key, and you're pretty close. You're at 65 million, 66 million. So you're very close to a 1-key. But there are speed tunes where you don't need the Painkeeper there. Yeah. Let's take a look at your Hydra. Okay. So have you done any keys this week? You haven't done any keys at all. Okay, yeah, I can just look up there. You've done no keys. Okay. So let's see. This is your current team. Let's see if you have any other teams set up. Hydra 1, Hydra 2, Hydra 3. Okay. Or Hydra 1, rather. And then this team. All right. So we're gonna take a look at it. All right. This is something that I'm okay at. I'm better at this than I am at Sand Devils. But let's see if we can't find you a composition to mess around with, some champions to mess around with. So we need solutions for each of the heads, right? And you have a Mithrala, which is sort of a great solution for at least half of the Mischief head. So she's always a champion that I look at. If you have Shamil, then you have a solution for the head of Torment. You need to Provoke for the head of Decay, or whatever it is. So those are, I'm not seeing all of those here. So if we're looking at, if we're looking at your team here, you have a block debuffs, you have a decrease attack. That's nice. You have the reflect damage here, but you really, like, this team is just built around surviving and doing HP burn damage and reflect damage and stuff like that, right? So these are all great champions, but these aren't necessarily solving any of the heads. So you just threw those together. Yeah, I get it. You're just looking for solutions, and experimentation is one of the keys of problem solving. So yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to call you out here. I'm just saying, this particular team, I don't know what this does in terms of damage. It's just, I'm looking for specific solutions here. So let's start looking at champions that bring specific solutions to Hydra. So I'm just going to go back to your roster. All right, so let's do this. Let's look for provoke champions first, because that is one of the trickier ones. Okay, so you've got really good champions here. You've got great Hydra provokers. All right, you've got your Drexthar. Is he booked? He's booked, so he's got this AoE provoke. The only downside to this potential provoke is that it's not on an A1, so it's not going to be every turn, and if you miss with it, because it's only a 60% chance, it doesn't come back around for 3 turns. Whereas a Seeker can go back to back with his A1s. So even though, his A1 only has a 50% chance of landing, if you miss, you can just go again. Or if you miss, you can just go again, that kind of thing. So having a low cooldown, or better yet, an A1 with a provoke is really good. Also, if you have a 100% chance, that's really good. So for instance, Duke the Pierced here with his provoke is 100%. I'm sorry, where is it? It's 100% chance. Places a provoke. So it's guaranteed to land. The downside of this one, of course, is on a 4-turn cooldown. So if you don't have a single provoke champion that's perfect, sometimes you work 2 provoke champions in. Now, Husk deals a ton of damage. He has the enemy max HP, but he also has a provoke on his A1. That's one of the things that makes him so good. It's only a 40% chance, but you can use it as a backup. You also want to think about what affinity the Head of Decay currently has this week, or this rotation, rather, this month. So let's see. Let's see. So the Head of Decay is Force Affinity this week, which he usually is. I think that's the most common one. And then he switches one time to Magic Affinity, I think. And the reason we're trying to provoke him is just to prevent this cleanse. We don't want him to cleanse his team. And so this is actually, in terms of increasing your damage, this is the single most important head to manage, because debuffs get you damage. HP burns get you damage. Decreased defense gets you damage. Weakens get you damage. All of those things, like the slows, prevent the heads from hitting you as often or getting their skills to come around. So most all 60s are booked with masteries. That's great. That's awesome. So if you can only control one head, if you can only find a solution for one head, the Mischief head is not the priority. The Head of Torment is not the priority. It's actually this guy, because like the Head of Mischief is a problem. I'm not saying he's not a problem, but this one literally will cleanse the instant you land your first debuff. So on his first turn, he'll cleanse, and all of those debuffs you open with will disappear, and your damage will just fall through the floor. So the first thing that you need to do is get a provoke. Now, because he is Force Affinity, and we're looking at your roster for provoke champions, Magic Affinity champions are going to weak hit into him. But Duke the Pierced doesn't. He doesn't weak hit because he is not hitting. He is placing. So with his skills, his provoke is not a hit. Places a provoke debuff for 1 turn on the target enemy. So this can't weak hit. So he can be a very good solution for your provoke. But again, right, this is on a 3-turn cooldown. So, you might want to think about another champion. Now, the other thing you can do is you could go the strong affinity, right? And you go Vogoth. Vogoth has a 75% chance of landing a provoke, and it's an AoE, which is really nice. You also have the decreased attack on that one head. You can't land it on everybody else. So this can be a very nice solution for it. Now, let's see. Taragi the Frog has the provoke on the A2. He has a chance of weak hitting, so we'd probably stay away from that. We have the neutral affinity here on the A1, which is pretty good. That's a 40% chance of provoke. Rafmatab is not a champion I own. Increase resistance and reflect damage on all allies. That increased resistance could really help your mischief tank, or especially if you don't have a specific mischief tank, just increasing resistance can help. But you probably don't have enough resistance on it to, like, on your team for it to really matter. Now, Vizix is a great provoke champion, right? Because she's void affinity, so she's not going to weak hit. She also has an AoE decrease speed. You've got Ultimate Death Knight, who has a provoke on his A1 at a decent chance. That's 50%. The decrease attack is good. The shield and continuous heals are good. And then you've got that Drexthar with the HP burns when he's hit, and he's got Brimstone. Got Brimstone on this too. Let's see. Phantom Touch here. Yeah, you've got good provoke options. This is also when booked. This is 100%. This guy is not booked yet, but you haven't completed building him yet, but you'll get there. So he could be a good option. All right, so we've got, right now I'm thinking, let's say Vizix. I'm thinking Vizix or Drexthar, or maybe both. Maybe both. Or Vogoth, maybe. Because Vogoth gives us some sustain. What else does Drexthar bring? Just the HP burns, right? Yeah. Here we've got the AoE slow, which is really nice. The ally protection, let's see how she's built. All right, so slow, she's accurate. Let's see how Drexthar's built. He's got lifesteal, he's faster, he's decently accurate. He's got some okay resist too. Not quite tanky enough at 2.6k. You want this over 3,000, definitely. So, you know, that accuracy chess piece is what's probably holding him back. Get a defensive base chess piece and get accuracy on your banner. And then, you know, you're going to lose the resist. If he's your Spiderling tank and that's why you're piling resist on him, then that's fine. Then don't make the swap, you know, because he's a great Spiderling tank for stage 20. So if that's where you use him, you can keep him in that build. So yeah, this Vizix build is a bit underwhelming here. And so we potentially want her in that role. So we might rebuild her. Now let's take a look at, do we have a Shamil? Because if we do, then we're all sorts of set for... We don't need the debuffs here. Yeah. You haven't touched your older champs for ages. Okay. So we don't have a Shamil, but there are other options. Do we have a Rector Drath? We do. We have a Rector Drath. Okay, so now Rector Drath is great. So she's a solution for the Head of Torment. And the way that this works, she's not a perfect solution. Shamil's a better solution. But the way that this works, if anybody is interested, is that the Head of Torment... Am I out of the way, by the way? I don't want to be standing in the way again. Okay, there we are. There we are. All right, so the Head of Torment, right, places fears on everybody when you hit the boss, right? When you hit the boss, especially with an AoE. So if you use an AoE, you're going to get a fear. But when attacked by enemies not under a perfect veil, places a true fear debuff on them. So if you are under a perfect veil, you don't get the true fear. And that's what Rector Drath does. She heals you right away and puts everybody under a perfect veil. Now, if you're going to use that perfect veil, a really good call for that champion, let's see if we can sort her out again. She's here somewhere. Let's look at her masteries. Where is she? There she is. Let's look at her masteries. Yeah, so this one. You got it. Okay, so you want to increase the duration of any buff cast by this champion. So it's going to increase the duration of her continuous heals. I don't know, I blanked on that. Her continuous heals N is going to increase the duration of her perfect veil. So if you can get this up for 3 turns, then it's on a 3-turn cooldown, I believe. It's on a 4-turn cooldown. But you're going to have it up for 3 turns out of 4. And then if you're just going fast enough, you'll come back around to it. So, so that's a pretty good solution. So right now we've got Vizix and Rector Drath, we're thinking. Okay, so that solves 2 heads, kind of. Let's look at, we have Mithrala, right? Let's look at our Mithrala. Good accuracy, good speed, good defense, good HP. She's fine. She's in a great place. Okay, so that solves the head of Mischief. The Hex out there allows you to at least attack the head of Mischief. Now, we still have to deal with the buff Steel, and typically you want to deal with that by having a buff strip or a block debuffs buff. So we're gonna go look at your debuffs. We want to look for a block debuffs. Okay, so now we've got a couple of nice options here. So Uko is really great for this because Uko has a buff removal chance plus a block buffs debuff, right? So you can not only strip the buffs away if the head of Mischief actually gets them up there, but you can place a block buffs debuff on everybody. So even if the head of Mischief gets them, they can't be spread. So this is probably the best champion for this. You also have an AoE with a decrease attack, so that extends your life. This champion is so good at Hydra. She's incredibly good at Hydra. She's also incredibly good at, I don't know. Uko's incredibly good at Doom Tower and incredibly good at Arena and incredibly good at like live Arena. So you want this champion everywhere. And unfortunately, unless you have 3 copies of this champion, like, because you don't need the exact same build in all 3 places. So I noticed, for instance, that you have a stun set here. Now you're running Uko at base speed, which is 109, which is kind of interesting to me. So I don't know, is that deliberate? Are like, did you want to keep this champion very slow? Was there a reason for that? Or were you just, this is what you had? Okay. Now you also have Sun Wukong, who does the exact same thing as Mighty Uko. But one of the differences is Mighty Uko brings a 20% ally speed in all battles aura, so that's nice. And then Wukong is going to hit harder. Wukong also has the revive mechanic, which is nice, and the ignore defense on the A2, although you won't ever sheep Hydra Head. So these 2 champions are both great. Ugo is also a great solution for this. You have a decreased defense, you have a block buffs debuff on the same skill, so you get that decreased defense out there. You have a leech on the A1, which is nice. And then you have this sort of mini cleanse that's a heal, and then you have this like emergency revive that usually doesn't happen. I don't know this guy. I don't know him well enough to know if he's going to be... Yeah, it's not an AoE, it looks like. And then Deliana is very strong. It has an AoE on the A1 with the leech. The decreased resistance is really nice. So if she's got a lot of accuracy and she's all booked out, but she's not booked out here, so she's not quite there. The +1 is nice, though. So you attack all enemies has a 100% chance when booked of placing a block buffs debuff. So this is a nice champion for Hydra. Very good champion. And potentially you could build her, like book her out and get her as your 2nd or 3rd champion. So like these 4 champions should be all you ever need for like removals, right? You basically have 1 of each affinity. You don't have a void one, but you have 1 of each affinity. So you know, that's nice. You actually have 2 of the force affinity. But all right, so what did we say? We have Vizix for provokes. We have Mithrala for the head of mischief. We have Rector Drath for the head of torment. And now we have probably Mighty Uko for our buff strips. Now we want to think about damage because none of those champions bring damage, right? So at this point, I would say Husk is probably a good option. That's going to bring you a second provoke. And now we need another AoE damage dealer. Maybe we stick with Artak. Especially if he's fast enough, he's going to give you really good damage as well. Let's see. You could bring Newt. Newt brings you a weaken and a decrease attack. He's got the counter attack up, so that's nice. He hits extremely hard, so he crushes heads. One of the things we have to worry about is sustain. We have Rector Drath for sustain, but I'm wondering if she's enough. We have revives. I mean, Razzlevarg is crazy good. And he gives us a leech on everybody, which helps and speeds us up. Herndig is very good. Decreased defense, decreased accuracy, which could help with the Head of Mischief. You also have a weaken and an HP burn potential. So he's very good. You have Royal Guard. Decrease speed. Naya's really good. Akemptom's really good. And Akemptom works really well with Mithrala. Poisons are not necessarily super strong here, but we could mess around. You got a lot of damage dealers that could do good work. You got Skull Crown, brings a weaken, AoE. So let's just look and see who's built. Let's see who's built well here. That looks good. 97% crit rate. Not quite all the way there, but good speed. Decent attack. 3,500. Decent accuracy, 200. What about Husk? Good accuracy, slow, 100% crit rate. All right, so let me just see the team for a second, because now that we've been theorizing about it, let's pull all of these champions off. And this, all right, so who's this? The lead is Uko. The support would be, so those are that, and then we have a Mithrala, right? We're going to throw Mithrala in there. And then where was it? We got Physics. I'm a little bit worried about Vizix. We're going to have to put her in some survivability gear. Okay. So he says you can take anything from any characters but the Ultra Nightmare team. Will do. All right. And then I think our damage dealers potentially are... We could take... I mean, I wouldn't typically put Husk and Royal Guard on the same team. But they're two of your better built champions, and so we might do that. But you could potentially put like a Herndig on with one of the, like I would probably put a Herndig on with Husk. You could put Razzlevarg in there with Husk. You could put, you could definitely put Newt in there as well. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll put Newt in there instead, because Newt will. Well, I'm trying to think of the heads affinities. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do. All right, but before we do that, I'm going to take a 2-minute break because this has gone on longer than I think, and I got to take a bathroom break. So everybody, we will be back in 2 minutes. Run to the bathroom, refill your drinks. Meet me back here in 2 minutes.
Run free, people. Run free. Yeah, it's the Sun stream now. God, Sword Sun, can you take over my account? Can I? Sure. What will I do with it? I don't know yet. Y'all think he pays Sun good? Oh, that's a good question. Or does he abuse his people like most YouTubers? You know, I'm under the stairs cupboard where I edit. It's an unfortunate place to be.
Okay, that's better. I was thinking I really want to try a Kempton. I really do want to try a Kempton because I've actually been thinking about building my Kempton. I mean, I have built him. I am building him towards. I'm not finished with him, but I'm building him towards being a Hydra damage dealer. So I kind of want to build a Kempton. And the other thing about a Kempton that's nice is he is Void Affinity. So I'm going to take a look at him real quick and see how he's built. Let's look at a Kempton. Oh, right. That's why, because he's super slow. Okay. And we have some silver to rebuild, but I don't want to necessarily rebuild too many champs because that just sucks up resources. And if we can do it for cheap, we'll do it for cheap. All right, so let's see our Newt running at 159 with retaliation. Crit rate. It's not awful. It's not awful. It's definitely it's close to where you need it to be. He's just a little bit slow. Right? You've got the crit rate. You're a little bit low on crit damage. You got good accuracy. You've got 2 pieces of retaliation, which makes sense. I like him in retaliation because the A1 hits really hard. But you could potentially put him in like Savage or something like that. Or let's see, what else? Do we have any Instinct? Like Instinct is a really good set on him. You could put him in that.
People are saying you're blocking the stats now. But I think no matter where you go, you're going to be blocking.
Yeah.
Something.
So the best place probably is like right like here. Like, or maybe like right here. I'll try to do that. Let's see if that works. All right, so I kind of want to rebuild. I want him faster, and I want him hitting harder than that 142% crit damage. But I think the most important champion here to rebuild might be Mithril. Not Mithril, Vizek. So let's start here. We'll start here. All right. So the first thing that we're going to do is we are definitely going to look for speed boots on her. Now you don't need anything on her other than defensive stats, speed, and accuracy, right? You don't need, I don't know, you don't need crit rate, you don't need crit damage, you don't need any of that. You just want her to be survivable. Now, what I would really like on her is something like Defiant. Like that would be great. Or maybe, probably not Bolster, but Guardian maybe. She's already got Ally Protect, so no. Let's check out speed. Okay. Righteous is not bad for her. Resist is good. That's a lot of crit rate on that piece. We're not going. What are we doing? Perception. Perception would be good. That's not bad. Accuracy and triple roll into defense. That could be really good. How much silver do we have? 23 million. Let's roll this up. All right, we're going to use those at some point today, probably. How about resilience? Resilience is not bad. Erndig's got some good boots on. Those are some nice boots. Those are some really nice boots. All right, let's check Divine Speed. Let's check Immortal. Got a lot of attack rolls here. These aren't bad either. Those could work. Sorry. Not immunity. Resistance. Speed. This is a very nice boot, but it's on the right guy on Helicath. I'm not going to pull that off of Helicath. That resistance is good on her. Yeah. So the best one I think I saw was either this one or that one. 10 accuracy there. No accuracy there. That's a stronger all-around boot, but let's not pull anything off. Let's just try this and see if we can get, because we're going to need a little bit of extra sustain on her. Actually, we just need that accuracy. Oh, don't we? Need that accuracy. Okay. So now let's go ahead and look for chest pieces with defense percentage, HP percentage. You want speed and accuracy as well, if we can get it. It looked like there was something until I put accuracy on. I thought there was something. Yeah, these are. That's not bad. That's not bad either. Double roll into crit rate there. It says nice accuracy on it. It's an HP based chest plate though. Let's get rid of the HP based stuff. Let's just look at defense percentage for a second. That's nice. That's very nice. All right, let's look at that piece then. And just for right now, let's look at that piece. All right, now let's go ahead and look at the top 3 pieces. And the important thing here is we need to get that accuracy total nice and high. So let's see if we can't find. So we're in these 3 sets right now. We can certainly get out of that set if we need to. Not. What's this set again? It's righteous set. Okay, and what if we just went with accuracy? Is there anything in righteous with accuracy? That's a nice piece. We could potentially use that piece. All right, and then let's look for perception. And let's look for, oops, there we go. Mortal and perception. All right, so triple resistance. That's not too bad. That's got attack. That's a nice piece. Let's just try this. Just go ahead and roll this up. We'd like speed and accuracy rolls, but yeah, resistance isn't awful on her. It's actually pretty solid. If we got one in each, I'd be happy, actually. That's totally fun. That might be really good. Oh, no, we got the righteous piece on. Oops. My fault. My fault. This is a nice piece. Oh, don't freeze on me. Accuracy is good. No, I knew that was going to happen. It's still not bad, though. Like, if we can roll around the attack, you know, and just get speed and accuracy, that'd be nice. .28 accuracy, 32 accuracy. All right, why don't we just do that one, and then we can do this piece. So 346 accuracy, which is good. That'll take you up through most of Doom Tower. Won't get you all the way to the very top, but it'll get you through most of Doom Tower. Got a little bit of extra resistance. We don't care about her damage. Dropped her crit rate and crit damage. We don't need it. That's not what she's there for. 182 speed. Let's get that faster. We need that faster. Accuracy would be nice here, or HP. Crit rate's okay. Let's roll these up. Speed, nice. That's what we wanted. Triple rolling the speed there. Let's roll these up. Speed would, oh no, we're gonna roll it down here. Yeah, okay. And then let's roll all these up. See where we land. Accuracy, very nice. She's not gonna have any trouble with accuracy for the Hydra heads. Another accuracy, jeez. Okay, she's very accurate, 367. Speed's 203. I want a little bit more speed out of her if we can get it. We'll glyph her out too. But let's see what her banner looks like. Accuracy without speed. Do we have accuracy with speed? We do. That's a very nice piece. That's a nice piece. I don't know that we need to steal this guy's stuff. I don't know what he does for you. But that 16 speed could work out really well. You want her probably just right around somewhere between 220 and 240. If you could get her faster, I would. Like, I would run her up to 250. She's your Fire Knight like solution. She's your Dark Fae solution. I mean, you don't have to run her in Dark Fae because she's hard to kill. So sometimes you want to go with a squishy team. But she's like a solution for so many bosses. She's great against Spider, so the faster the better. I made the mistake of... Says, I think I have pruned my gear too much. Maybe. Yeah, you're okay with me stealing this one? I'm not going to take it off the other two. I think this is probably the best one to take it off of. So that extra speed is going to help. That extra accuracy is not going to go to waste, by the way, as you get up into, you know, the higher levels of Doom Tower. So let's go ahead and glyph these out. Yeah, it looks like we'll do 3 and 4-star glyphs here, maybe. The attack doesn't matter so much. 4-star speed glyphs will be good. We're going to get up to like 230, maybe. That'd be really, really nice. I love this champion. And I have gotten, like, I've fallen more and more in love with this champion as time has gone by. I used to, when I got her, I was like, oh, I can't wait to get her. You know, like, I knew she was coming. I was like, I want this champion badly. And then I got her, and I was like, yeah, she's really good. But it's like, it's not quite until you build her up to 6 stars, get her fully geared, kitted out, everything like just the way you want her. And then you put her everywhere and she does everything everywhere. I mean, she's incredibly powerful. And the turn meter control is just so consistent and it's so beautiful. It's just like, she's an amazing champion. So yeah, we're going to take a look at your damage dealers as well. But I think the other champions were built pretty well, except for the one, right? There was the one, what were we just looking at? So I think it's Vizix, and there's one other champion we need to think about building differently. And then we'll go to town. We'll see how it does in the Hydra. Nice 4 speed there. And then we may as well book out the rest of the defense. She's going to have a lot of defense. This is a nice defensive build for her. The Immortal set will play. That will help. 233, 400 accuracy, 162 resist, which is not too bad. 5.3k defense, which means she's going to be very tanky, which is nice because she's an ally protect champion. And the Immortal set will play with those little extra regens. Now, the health here is a little bit lower than I would want it. Let's see if we can get any extra value out of rings. I would like her above 40k if we could. I don't know if we can. So let's just see what she's got in terms of pieces here. Attack percentage, defense percentage. That's a nice ring there. But if we had something that had more HP based, we could trade away a few hundred defense for another few thousand HP. This is a nice ring. That's actually quite a nice ring. Let's see. Let's try this out. What if we just... There we go. All right, so what does that turn into? We get another 2k and we trade away 200. I'm going to take that swap, I think. I'm going to take that swap. And then what's her... Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I mean, if you can get revenge accessories onto her, that's also great because that's more turn meter control. But obviously for Hydra, you don't need it. So let's just make that swap. 233. That's where Vizix should be running. She should be running at 220, 240, 260 if you can get it. But this is really nice. 5k defense, 40k HP. This is a Vizix that's going to help you everywhere. So like this rebuild just on her alone is going to help you out in all sorts of places. Start putting her in every team that you can get value out of her. Okay. So now let's go look back at my team because I totally forgot the team that I built. Okay. So let's look at Mighty Uko. Mighty Uko needs a rebuild. Mighty Uko needs a complete rebuild. Okay. So we need accuracy here. We need speed. We need tankiness. Almost the same as Vizix, actually. Very similar to Vizix. Might want something regeneration like. Let's see what we can get out of this. That's kind of an interesting. We need accuracy though. So I'm going to shoot for at least 250 accuracy. And we want, we want decent speed. I'd be okay with anything over about 180. Doesn't look like we're going to get accuracy, speed, and regeneration. So we might have to let the regen go. Let's see about what about any of these? That's a nice piece. That's a nice piece. I could mess around with that chest piece. I'll check that out later. Same thing with not Zeal. What am I thinking about? Righteous. Same thing with Righteous. Okay. All right. So let's just start with the boots then. Primary stat speed. Let's get a substat of accuracy if we can. And we'll look at all our sets here. Immortal is good. Divine Life's not awful. Protection's interesting because protection gives a chance for protected buffs, but she steals buffs. I don't think the only buff that she gives is an increase speed. That's a very nice boot. Is it okay if I pull this boot? Is Vizix any good in Arena? What's the question? Is Vizix any good in Arena? Vizix is good in Arena. Yeah, sure. You got an AoE provoke. So she can be a lockout champion if you have high accuracy on her and high speed. Typically on like a go second team or maybe a go first team that's a lockout team, you can do that. Or were you talking about somebody else? Okay. Any gear is good. Except the Ultra Nightmare team. All right, let's go here. We're looking for HP percentage or defense. We want substats of speed and accuracy. We've got one piece. That's a great piece, but it's an attack percentage glove, which is just, this is a bomb piece. That's what this is. Put this on a bomb champion. That doesn't necessarily belong on Skullcrown. It's not awful on Skullcrown. Attack percentage is attack percentage, but you want her with 100% crit rate and a ton of crit damage. So let's go ahead and look for speed first, and then see if we can find accuracy out of the set, maybe. Perception. Speed, HP, defense, attack percentage, crit rate percentage, attack percentage. We don't want those. Nope. Bolster. That's an option, right? We could go with an accuracy chest plate. This is not bad either. Impulse is not bad, but that's not the glove we want. All right, we might not have Stalwart could be good. Cursed could be good. All right, so Cursed could be very good. This is an AoE A1. So you got another chance to get Hex out there, which would actually allow you to do different things with Mithrala potentially. That's an accuracy chest plate and a resistant chest plate with HP, speed, and defense. That's nice. Accuracy, defense, resistance, speed, and HP. This is beautiful. Let's try this on. Let's try a Cursed set. Let's see if we can do that. I don't know if we'll be able to do Cursed, but let's see if we can do Cursed. Let's just look at the Cursed pieces for a second. Crit rate, crit rate, crit rate. All right, let's get out of these pieces. Let's just look at Cursed in general. Speed, boots, potentially. HP, speed, and defense, that's not bad. HP, speed, and accuracy is beautiful. Oh, this will be fun. Can we do this? Speed, resistance, and HP. Try that on. We try that on. Resistance, HP, and accuracy is good too if we can hit the speed thresholds. I don't know if we'll be able to do that without some speed substats. And then potentially, even though this isn't a great piece, it's going to be 45 speed. It's going to be plenty of accuracy, but now what we need is we need speed. Now we need speed because this is not going to be fast enough, but it's close and we want substats of accuracy. We're close to the accuracy we need really. So we don't actually need accuracy as a substat. We just want speed as a substat. Defense percentage with that's not bad. HP percentage, that's not bad. We're not pulling those. Speed, defense, and HP, that's not bad. What if we did that? And we did that. 198 speed. We've dropped her down to 2.2k defense, which is not where you want your reviver. But potentially we might be, I mean, we haven't rolled up our pieces yet. So we might be able to get enough on her. If I can get her back to like I'd like her at 3k defense. Having her less than 3k defense doesn't feel good. But unfortunately, I think this is the chess piece that we need to go with if we're going to go with the cursed set, right? Because the only other option really is resistance. Now, this one gives me a little bit more defenses. Does it? No, it does. It gives me less defense and more HP. Okay, so let's stick with this and let's see if with the HP gauntlets, we'll roll it up. We'll roll it up. We've got the silver to roll this up. That's a nice distribution. I'm totally happy with that. Does not matter. As long as all of the substats are good. HP would be nice here. Crit rate. Let's see. There was this one as well, but we would lose how much speed? We now lose 10 speed. The speed is kind of important, but we're at a good number, so we could trade out some of the speed. Yeah, I'm gonna roll this one up and see how this rolls. 2 in accuracy, that's nice. How about HP? 3 in accuracy, okay. Just try that on. We'll roll these boots up all the way. That's defense, that's nice. Chest piece doesn't need to go up all the way. Gauntlets do need to go up all the way. Resistance is good. Let's get the shield up all the way. Ouch on the silver there, 1.7 million. And let's get the helmet up all the way. Crit rate. All right, you're getting some tournament points here. All right, so we're at 214 speed, which is really nice. Let's look at these and just make sure that we have the right stuff here. Attack with defense maxed out, which is nice. HP, so this is actually a pretty good ring. This is also a nice ring. If you need more silver, then use gems. Okay, fair enough. Thank you. This is pretty good. You got some good rings here. I don't know that any of these are a major upgrade though. And so let's look at this. HP with accuracy, that's nice. Maybe do we have 6 stars that have HP and accuracy? We have this. That would give us some stats. We lose a little accuracy, but we could potentially get that back on the roll up. Huh. Yeah, I don't see a clear improvement, and I don't want to just roll the roll. So now you got resistance here, which is nice. Your resistance is decently high. I don't know if that's going to matter that much. I don't know if it's high enough. Do you know what I mean? If you're not hitting a resistance of like 300, maybe 350, like, does it even matter? And for what she's trying to do, like this is a good thing. We don't want to lose too much defense. So I like this one. Let me see what happens if we roll this up a little bit. Double roll into speed. I wouldn't mind a roll into either speed or defense here. Triple roll into speed. It's a very nice banner all of a sudden. You're trading away 96 resistance for a little bit of defense, HP, and speed. That's probably pretty good. Let's take this up all the way. Oof. 2.2 million. All right. No, not 1 speed. We're not accepting that. 4 speed, much better. 4 defense, good. Let's get some HP there. 325, fine. And all right. So try that on. 239 speed. We're back up to 2.6k defense, which is good. We're up over 50,000 HP again. We've dropped the accuracy down to 322, but that should be enough for where we are. I think that, potentially we can obviously glyph out a little bit more. So I think I will do that just to get, you know what? I'm not gonna. We're just gonna run it. You can glyph her out. You need to. Masteries. You've got the accuracy mastery. That's good. That's right where you need her. Okay, let's just check the other champions to make sure that we're in good shape now. So let's look at Husk. Running slow. Husk needs a rebuild. All right, this is the last one. This is the last rebuild, I think, because I don't want to go too deep into this, but let's see if we can't get him. So he needs 100% crit rate, and he needs as much crit damage as possible. So that's probably why you have this glove on him. And the accuracy doesn't hurt. And this is actually a good piece. So those pieces aren't bad. The accuracy on the chest piece is probably not where I would go. I would probably go with HP if you could get it. Okay, so the two accuracy pieces are real nice. And I think we'll swap out most everything else that we can swap out. So let's do a quick rebuild here. All right, so let's start with this and let's go for an HP percentage with speed substats and maybe crit rate if we can get it. That's kind of beautiful, but I don't want to mess with your Vogoth if I don't have to. You could put him in a provoke, actually. That would be kind of interesting to get that second, chance at provoke out there. Destroy enemy max HP is not bad. Crit damage would work. This is nice. That's very nice. This is speed, accuracy, crit rate, and defense. 12% crit rate with crit damage potentially. Let's get that on to him. All right, now let's go ahead and look at the other three. Actually, let's look at speed boots first. Let's look at speed boots. We need preferably with crit rate. Crit damage set would be good. Crit rate. We could go for... That's not bad. Triple crit rate. I knew there was something floating out here. This is not a damage set, but if we need some crit rate. Now we don't want to drop his accuracy too low. We want that provoke potentially to have a chance of landing. And then also he's got that decreased attack that can land on the provoked champion, I think, right? So we could potentially do this. Let's just take a look at these two. See if there's anything in so crit damage, accuracy and crit rate and double accuracy. That's not bad. Doesn't give us any speed though, but still that's a pretty good piece. Let's see about that piece. And then let's look at the weapon. We actually are quite high on our crit rate, aren't we? These are nice gloves. Let's see if there's a helmet in the accuracy set that would be better. No, I don't think we'll get there because that's got 30 accuracy. Okay. So how does this feel right now? 70,000 HP. It's a nice, more attack, which is fine. More defense, which is good. More speed is good, but it's not quite high enough. We got a lot of extra crit rate, which we don't need, which doesn't feel great. I don't want to give away 24% crit rate if I don't have to. Let's see if there's another crit damage. There's a crit damage glove that might be good to run. That's nice. That's even more crit rate. That's nice. But again, that's 5-star, not 6-star. Do need the speed, though. Divine speed. Speed, crit rate, crit damage. Perception would be good. All right, so this piece here has no crit rate substat, which is unusual when you roll up a crit damage glove, right? You want crit rate substat. But potentially, because we have so much crit rate here, this could be a good trade. We need to make sure that we get the accuracy back. So now we would have to look for a shield in the perception set. This would give us potentially a nice. We would lose. We need some crit rate. We can't lose all that crit rate. We can only lose 7 crit rate. So it has to have crit rate as a substat. Let's do that. Not quite. Not quite. All right, now we're at 172 speed, which is closer to where we need to be. And we're at 103% crit rate, which is a lot better than 120 whatever that we were at. We lost some additional accuracy there, though. That doesn't feel good. There was another righteous piece. Or was this righteous piece? That's not going to be enough. Okay. All right. So let's look at the banner now. We're seeing what we were at. HP. Chance to counterattack is nice, but let's look for if we can get the accuracy back here. I'm stealing this one. This one is good. That gets us all the way back up to 282, which is great. So now we glyph it out. We're going to be over 300 probably. And we're at 100% crit rate, 199% crit damage, which is not bad. 185 speed. We'll get that closer to 2,000. I'm sorry, 2,000. 2,000 speed would be great. 200. So let's just glyph this out. All right. HP is good for a lot of things, survivability, but also damage. Defense is good for survivability, obviously, and then we want accuracy as much as possible. We want to try to get that accuracy. Yeah, I mean, it's at a good spot. It's not in a bad spot, so we don't have to overhype the accuracy here. We're now very comfortably where we need to be. I'm not too worried about resistance and stuff like that. Let's just get some good. Just round out the stats nicely. Now, after all this work, the crazy thing about Hydra is the RNG still plays, right? Even though you have a good team put together, it might take you 10 or 12 or 15 tries to get the result you want. And you might have to tweak after you've built. And we're not gonna sit here and do all that tweaking together, but we're gonna try it. We're gonna see it. Maybe we'll do 2 or 3 runs, see if we can get the opening the right way. Come on here. You can get me more than that. Thank you. And we'll make this work. This is going to be a nice team, I think. And then let's make sure we lift this out. And I have to remember we're pulling some of these pieces. You have to remember too, you're pulling these pieces off of other people, so you're going to want to go back into your roster and make sure that you account for that. If you haven't been writing it down, you can always go back and watch the VOD afterwards and be like, who did he pull that stuff off of? And it'll all be here. So, but there we go. Yeah, 298, basically 300 accuracy. That's real good. Crit damage is 200, which is not bad. I wouldn't mind pushing that a little bit more. I also wouldn't mind pushing the speed a little bit more. But at, what is that, 189? 189 is going to be enough. Okay, so we've got that. I think the Mithrala was already built really well, right? We said that. Mithrala was already built really well. She's in a great place. So we did talk about Newt, but let's see. We said the Royal Guard and the... So the Husk is now in a really good place. I think the Royal Guard was built properly, right? Or built good for this. Where is he? There he is. Yeah, that's pretty good. So we probably don't have to mess around with him. So let's take him instead. All right, so let's do this. Let's take Royal Guard. Can never see Royal Guard for some reason. Like invisible.
How does that feel?
Wasn't he near the top? There he is. I don't know why I can't see this guy. All right, now I think we've looked at everybody except Rector Drath, so I just want to double check that Rector Drath is in a good spot. I think she was. By the way, Doom Priest is also great for Hydra. There she is. Yeah, 208, good accuracy, good resistance. You don't need as much accuracy on her. The only debuff she brings is decrease attack. So really, you just want her super tanky. The decrease attack is helpful, but we have Mighty Uko, who has an AoE decrease attack. So, for her in particular, like for this fight, you're not too worried about it. All right, so we have our speed lead. We have our 2 damage dealers. We have our AoE provoke. We have the backup provoke. We've got the cleanse. We don't have a block debuff buff, but we're going to try to go with Rector Drath here on the fear. Now, it depends, because I don't know that she's fast enough. We're going to see. I'm going to take this off of auto. We're going to start this. Depending on where she falls in the turn order, you may want to avoid hitting the Head of Torment here right away. So, like Mighty Uko's A1 and A2 are both AoEs. So rather than do that, what we're going to do is we're going to open up with the Revive, and the Revive's going to give us a speed buff. And so that's just going to get your team going a little bit faster, and you don't have to worry about the fear on Mighty Uko. Now, you do have to use the provoke here. You have to get that head provoked. So we need to land that provoke. And that, unfortunately, means Vizix is going to be feared, but it's not super critical. And then we can go ahead and actually get the A2 out here, which gets our perfect veil up. I would probably use the Hex right away, because that's going to help you do damage. We want to get the slows out there if we can. I'm actually going to target probably the Head of Mischief here. Let's see. All right, so we got 2 slows out there, which is nice. And then you can do the max HP hit. I guess you could do that. We don't have a... I just realized, I don't think we have a... We don't have a weaken. Might have a decreased defense. All right, so now Mischief Head stole the buffs, and we're going to try to get rid of them. So we got rid of them. We got the block debuffs up there. And yeah. And now I'm just going to let it run. I'm going to see what happens. I mean, you can manual this. You're going to get a better result if you manual this. Did I go into the right difficulty? I don't even know what difficulty I went into. Did anybody notice? Was this the hard difficulty or the normal difficulty?
I missed that.
Yeah, I missed it too. So we'll have to see. Now it looks like Rector Drath is the mischief target there, and so we got a lot of debuffs out. I mean, a lot of buffs stolen. And they're spread, but hopefully, let's get the provoke back out there. We got a provoke out there. Okay. We don't have a lot of healing on this team. And so potentially, the one thing that I was looking for was for Vizix to get a regen set. So that could be the Achilles heel. And like I said, sometimes what you have to do is you have to get the core together and then start tweaking. So you can see Vizix is in trouble. Now we do have 2 revivers. And so it may not be that we need to do much with her. We can just, we can keep her alive if we get sort of the skills timed properly. So let's do this. Get her back here. Stole her buffs. Now we do that. We do the cleanse. Okay, so this Rector Drath setup isn't quite working because I think that Vizix is going to be constantly feared. I think everybody else has got a chance to be okay, but Vizix is going to be problematic with this setup. Now she's built really well for a lot of places, and I think she'll do okay here. But with this particular setup, what you may need to do is bring in a second healer to make sure that she's always topped up. You could bring somebody like a Syl of the Drakes. Syl of the Drakes would do quite well here. She brings a slow, she brings some AoE damage, and then she's going to give you just like constantly topping up everybody, which is going to work really well with Rector Drath. But you would have to think about who you're going to swap out. Now, you can go with 1 damage dealer because you've got some tanky damage dealers who do okay. Or, you can potentially see if you can remove, say, Mighty Uko or maybe Mithrala. It's going to be tough to do that. You can also potentially bring in a different damage dealer who has like a little more utility. Somebody who gives you something that one of your supports also gives you so that you can... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, we got to get this. Let's go AoE provoke. Yeah. So the team is close, but it's not quite right because we can't handle that fear on Vizix. So Vizix is just not quite right in this spot, but we're close. We're actually really close. You can see how well like the team actually synergizes because you've got everything you need. We're handling all of the heads. Like right there, we handled the buff spread on a Head of Mischief, no problem. We've got decrease attacks out there. We're not taking a ton of damage. Like our health totals are relatively high, but Vizix just isn't quite right, and we don't quite have the Head of Torment totally handled. So, Shamail would solve that problem for you. Right? If you ever got Inquisitor Shamail, that would be the solution here. So I think we're going to be okay in getting our damage dealer back, but it's actually closer than I'd like it to be. That provoke is coming out at the last minute every time. This is going to be a race here to get our damage dealer back. And now we've got 2 of them eaten. So yeah, we probably need a little bit more crit damage on our damage dealers as well. Maybe bringing in a Kempton would have been the idea here. Oh, maybe a Kempton would have worked. Okay, so that didn't go. That didn't go. Let's try this one more time. But maybe a Kempton would have been the better move for me instead of Husk and Royal Guard. I think they're both fantastic damage dealers, but it may be that we just don't quite have the gear at the right spot. 200% crit damage, you want it more at like 250. That's going to help you free the heads a little bit. Let's see. I'm sorry, the Devoured Champions. What level were we on? We were on hard, right? Yeah, we were on hard. Okay. So let's just try it one more time. See if we can get this to go a little bit better this time. All right, so again, we're going to start with the speed boost, and then we're going to use the provoke. And then the veil, and then the hex. We didn't land the hex. We got 3%ed on the hex. That's annoying. We got 3%ed on the hex there. I think Mithrala's accuracy is high enough, right? We checked that. Provoke. Veil. Hex. There we go. Okay. Of all the heads to get, 3%ed on, let's get the slows out there. Got 2 of them. That's not bad. And then we'll go max HP. That does okay damage. So it might not be the damage issue. There might just be a little bit of too much RNG in the fight to completely predict what's going to happen here. So that's a problem. That first buff steal is problematic. I'm not going to use his big hit with all those debuffs up there. We want to get the debuff steal. Let's see if we can get the provoke off. We landed the provoke at least. Now Mighty Uko has to do work there, and that's good work. So strip most of the buffs. Decrease attack is out everywhere we need it to be, so. All right. This one's doing a little bit better in terms of the veil, at least having the veil up. I like to get the Head of Mischief down to a reasonable level, so if you have to kill it off, it's easier to do so. Everybody's got decreased attack. So I didn't do anything here with Rector Drath, I don't think. But one of the things you could consider for Rector Drath is getting her in a reflex set or a relentless set even. She doesn't need that accuracy that you have on her. You're not really worried about her decreased attack because you have that from Mighty Uko. And getting back around to her perfect veil is so critically important to the team composition when you're trying to handle the Head of Torment that reflex could be really valuable or relentless could be really valuable. Like either one would help quite a bit. That reflect damage just crushed me. I was wondering if that was going to happen. Ouch. Those AoE slows are nice, but we need to land a provoke. Got the provoke. Yeah, those decreased attacks from Mighty Uko are so key. And then the buff strips and the block debuffs. So I mean Mighty Uko is like an MVP on this team right now. All right, so now our damage dealer got devoured, and we got to see if we can actually get back around fast enough. Because last time we did not handle that very well. We're not going to get our provoke off. So there's going to be a cleanse coming out. All right, this should be the big hit. It's not that big. He's not that big. So Royal Guard and Husk both need to be hitting harder, I think. I think they're the right champions. Although potentially, like we saw, you could bring somebody else in here. You could definitely bring in Newt or somebody like that. But when your big hitters hit, like we just saw, like they should hit very hard. You should basically be able to get your damage dealers out with, say, like one big nuke and maybe like one round of regular hits. So the fact that we're not doing that is telling me that we don't have enough damage on our two big hitters. And that's all right. Like that happens. That's just a tweak we need to make moving forward. It's not terrible. It's just that, this timer, this 4-turn timer, you're like, oh, we're going to get through that. We're going to be fine. We are actually. I think we're going to free this champion. But this shouldn't take this long because what's going to happen is as the timer ticks down, you're going to have what happened last time, which is your second champion's going to get devoured. So I think we've got the basis of a good team here. I think the tweaks that we need to consider are we need to get more damage, which is basically more crit damage. We need more crit damage and more main stat on our two big damage dealers. And then we need to make sure that we have Vizix in a healthy spot. She's doing better this time. So it may be a little bit of RNG and a little bit of, turn control. And as you can see, we got our champion back here. And now we can, we still haven't decapitated a head. And this is kind of a long turn, like to be on boss turn count 36 here and not have decapitated a head feels fairly long to me. It's not awful, but like we're not even at halfway. So our damage dealers are not hitting hard enough. And I don't think I mean, I did rebuild the Husk, but I didn't touch the Royal Guard, I don't think, did I? So I do think like that would be something moving forward. Look for crit damage sets, look for savage sets, look for anything that you can do to get the damage out of those damage dealers. The other thing would be like try another champion like a Kemptham. Try Newt, see what the other damage dealers come in. Now, these damage dealers, the only thing that either of these damage dealers is really bringing, other than, you know, their normal skills, is we've got this provoke on the A1 for Husk. And then we do have the slow for Royal Guard, but that's not nearly as important because you have the Vizix slow. So I think, you know, replace Royal Guard first, replace Husk second if you need to. Oh, if Richter Draft goes down, that's a little bit problematic. We have a second Reviver, which is like, that's okay, but yeah, we're losing a lot of skills to the fear. So this Rector Draft situation isn't quite as good as I would like it to be. I knew that fear, you're always going to get hit by the fear when you need it to not hit, right? When you're just like, I need that revive to work right now. It's like, sorry, buddy, that's where it goes. Nope. All right. So I'm gonna just reset it there. So I do think this, like I said, this has the bones of a really good team here. I do think potentially, you know, you could try a couple of different things. You could try a one primary damage dealer build and bring in like a little bit of extra sustain. You could bring in swap your supports around a little bit, see if that helps. And then the other thing is potentially rebuild these epic damage dealers for more damage. That feels like that's going to matter. Like 199 here is not bad. This is not a bad build, but I would rather have this around 250, 260. And then, you know, you're going to do more damage there. But this is close. Maybe a little bit more speed too would help. And then for Royal Guard, this crit damage is too low. So we would probably want, again, you know, between 200 and 250 crit damage on this guy. The accuracy is less important. Like landing the slow is really nice. And then decreased defense is nice, but you don't actually need that. I do think one of the things that I kind of maybe overlooked a little bit was the weaken. We didn't have a weaken out there. And so one of the things that you could definitely do is swap out, like if you don't want to rebuild the Royal Guard, what I would actually do is probably just like Husk is closer. So I would probably actually just rebuild the Newt. I wouldn't rebuild the Royal Guard. I would rebuild the Newt instead. What you want out of him is you want to have enough accuracy so that he can land his AoE weaken. So that's going to allow everybody to do more damage, right? So get your AoE weaken out there. So he just needs enough accuracy to do that. So about 200, about right where you are, about 256 accuracy is going to be enough. And then you want him faster than this. You want him around 200 speed. Again, between probably 180 and like 220 is a real nice sweet spot for this. And then as much crit damage as you can pump. So here, you know, you have some of those really nice crit damage gloves. You have several of them in your inventory. So I would go for crit damage gloves in some kind of damage set. Maybe swap out one of the retaliation sets in order to get like a 4-piece savage or a 4-piece whatchamacallit? Is it instinct? Like this one, you know, we didn't even really look at this set, but this is going to give you a little bit of speed, but that ignore 20% enemy defense is going to be huge. You can still stick with 2 pieces of retaliation. But I think that, you know, this would be a way to get a lot more damage out there with that weakened debuff, and then just somebody who can totally crush ahead and free a champion right away. So if Newt gets devoured, that's going to be a problem. You need your Husk and everybody else to free Newt. But if anybody else gets devoured, Newt is just going to wreck them. You know, he's going to wreck any head. It doesn't matter if he's weak affinity or not. He hits so hard. And he's so tanky. That's the other thing. So like your damage dealers take damage and slowly get whittled down, and then you need to use the revivers on them. But Newt really won't. You need crit rate on Newt. You need 100% crit rate on Newt. Yes, you do. But what you want to do is you want to get him into crit damage gloves. So just do this with crit rate substats. You know, Cruel is a good set. Relentless could be a great set on him. Lifesteal is fine for him too. Crit damage is a good set. So like this piece right here, this is literally a perfect Newt piece, right? It's when I say perfect, it's got the crit rate, the speed, and the defense that you need. Plus it's a crit damage. It's 6 stars. Like this is about as good as you get for Newt. Now, more crit rate would be nice, right? If you could get more crit rate here on like if you had a double roll into crit rate instead of double roll into defense. But these are all usable stats. Even the HP is usable on him. You know, and so you just use this as your core piece. Just start from this piece and say, now I need to get 100% crit rate around this. But look what you know just happened to your crit damage, right? You went all the way up to 216%. So now I'm going to start. We'll just do this for the last 5 minutes because this is basically going to be the last thing I do on the stream. Unfortunately, we're not going to have a third takeover today. But let's go ahead and look at let's look at, say, if we can get a defensive percentage piece with some crit rate on it. And then let's see if there's a set. There's a Savage set. That has crit rate and speed. Like you could try rolling that up. You get them into Savage and crit damage. That would be huge. This is not a bad piece. This is not a bad piece. It's not a great piece with a double attack roll. You know, you want enough accuracy on him, so you could use a piece like this. If you don't roll into that attack percentage, you know, if you kind of roll away from it, this might not be a bad piece here with one roll. And remember, you get 15% crit rate to start. You get 5% crit rate from your masteries. That's 20%. That means you need 80% from 6 pieces of gear. Your 6 pieces of gear have to give you all of the crit rate, 80% crit rate. So if you're doing it just with substats, that means you need 13, right? You need 13 and a little bit on each piece. So you either need 13 or 14 or more on each piece as an average. You know, so when you're looking at this piece and it's got 11, that's close. But it's like 2 1/3 low, right? So you need another piece to get a double roll here and pick up, say, 15 or 16 for you to like average out. So, you know, if you can find a piece like that, like this piece could be really great. Like, I don't even care that it's immortal. That could be a great piece. But let's check out this Savage. Let's see if we can't. Let's roll this. See if we get a crit rate on it. No, we didn't. Now, that doesn't mean we can't use this piece, but as soon as we miss rolls here, that means we need to get rolls somewhere else. You know, let's see what happens with this immortal piece. See, all of a sudden that forgives the other piece because now you've got 17%. You only need 13, right? So now you're cruising again. You know, now we take a look at, let's say we go primary stats, speed, and substats, crit rate. And now we already have 2 of the sets that we're looking for, but we could potentially pick up a 3rd set, or you could have a broken set. That's okay. But you just want to make sure that, like, if you can get value out of the set, if that can make life easier for you, you try it. So let's see if there's that's not too bad. Perception could be good. And again, you can also kind of experiment. You could be like, oh, hey, we found an instinct piece that has it. Like if that double rolls into crit rate, maybe we'll move over into the instinct, and we'll get rid of the chest piece or something. We'll try to do instinct and crit damage. This is why it takes so much silver, because you kind of have to experiment with the pieces you haven't rolled up yet. I didn't see Savage. There was no Savage boots, right? Okay. And we have all the equipped stuff on. So, we could go with this crit damage one. Again, I don't like the double attack roll. We could go with speed, which would be potentially nice. This is a nice piece for him. Crit rate, defense, and defense. Let's see if this rolls into crit rate. We got one roll. If we get 2 rolls, we're taking this piece. No, we got 2 into flat defense, which is not awesome. But again, this is close. So now we've got our 3 sets if we want. Again, this could be just a broken piece that Immortal doesn't have to play, but the crit damage should. Right? So now we look here and we go with substats of crit rate, and we want to look in the crit damage set, because this is the set that's going to get us more of the things that we need. And again, we want to try to keep that accuracy relatively high if we can. That's not a bad piece, but we already just moved that. That's not a bad piece. We need at least 1 roll in the crit rate, right? This is 13%. So this would probably be the piece I would steal, go that direction. But you could also look at the speed pieces, see if the speed pieces had the crit rate that you needed. This has 18% with crit damage roll and accuracy, but I know I can't take this piece. I'm not going to take this piece. I'm saying, but this would be a perfect piece. Speed, accuracy, crit rate, resistance, not bad. Let's see, yeah. Defense, again, we need a crit rate roll here, but if you took this to 16 and this rolled in a crit rate and ended up with, let's say, 11%, that might be enough to get you close. You need a couple of pieces like this that, roll doubles in order to make it work. You need at least 1 more piece, and for every one that only rolls, that doesn't roll, anything that doesn't have at least 1 roll in it, is going to require another roll somewhere else. But usually you can get away with, if you have 5 pieces that have 1 roll and 1 piece that has a double roll, that might be enough. Let's look at the Immortal, see if there's anything in. I don't want to throw away the regen if we can find a piece that works. This is 19%, but I'm not doing really the weapon right now, right? So let's see. Crit rate, that's 1 roll. Accuracy, speed, crit rate, resist. That rolled. I think that was the one we rolled before. Speed, crit rate, defense. This is nice. We want at least 1 roll into crit rate, if not 2. Come on, give me at least 1 roll into crit rate. All right, so potentially that's 12%. I'm only giving away 1% there. So now we're at 78. Which means realistically, how are we that far away? That's 10, 27, 38, 40, 51, 63, plus 20 should be 83. So it looks like you don't have your 5% from his masteries. It looks like you might not have that. You might have gone down defense and support trees, maybe. I'll take a look. Doesn't he need defense? He needs defense, yes. He needs defense. He does damage with defense. He's tankier with defense. But crit rate and crit damage provide more damage than the defense does. And then obviously more speed means more hits. You know, you want accuracy because he has turn meter decrease. So when you use him in Fire Knight, you want that. And then you want accuracy for Hydra so you can land the weaken. And let's see. So now we're looking at maybe a helmet. We want a triple roll into crit rate. Like that would solve our problem right there. This is a pretty nice piece. What would that get us to? Would that get us to 95? Yeah, that would get us to 95. And like, that's not a bad piece for Scylla the Drakes, but it's not a phenomenal piece for Scylla the Drakes. You could definitely move that over. All right, so I think I've calculated correctly, and you don't have the 5% crit rate. So I would redo his master. You want him in the offense tree. I know that he's a defensive-based champion, but that's not how those trees work. The offense tree shouldn't be named the offense tree. It should be named the damage tree, right? Because it doesn't just work with attack-based champions. It works with anybody who wants to do more damage, even supports who go all the way down to the 6th tier, like 4 clan boss, like we were talking about earlier. So, you know, if you're worried to hear about trading away his defense, don't be. It's a small trade for the extra crit damage. You've gone up 80% in crit damage. That's going to more than make up for the decrease, like the loss that you're getting here from going down in defense. Now, if you could maintain the 5k defense, that would be great, but you don't have to. His accuracy is still high. His HP is high. You've traded away attack, which is great. The lower the attack, the better, because attack does very little for him, right? He doesn't do damage based on attack. The speed is going to get you a lot more damage. Basically, he's going to get 30% more damage out of just taking more turns. So even if he doesn't hit, he will hit harder per hit. But in addition to hitting harder per hit, he's also going to take more hits. And then, you know, you can, again, get the accuracy out here. We can even boost his speed here. And so now what's he running at? 221. Yeah, so let me just take a quick look at, I'll do that. I'll do his masteries in just a second. This is a good ring right here. This might be a better ring for him. Let's see what you've got equipped on him. That's not bad. It's not bad. This one might be, where did I just see it? Is it this one? This one. Might be a little bit better. It's about the same, actually. Depends how it rolls. So that's a 6-star. And then let's see. Let's look at his amulet. His amulet is... That's good. That's good. You don't have to swap that. And then the banner. Accuracy, speed. Unfortunately, you rolled into attack here, but that's not a bad banner either. Yeah, you might. This is a good one here. This is a good one here too, but you want to keep that accuracy high. So I probably wouldn't swap out. Like, you probably need an accuracy banner on him, and you want speed on it, and that's what you've got. So even though it rolled into attack, that's fine. I would definitely put some flat defense on it. Why not? It's going to make him hit harder. It's going to make him stay alive. So we'll do that. But yeah, this build is going to get you quite a bit more damage out of this guy. Again, like, this chest piece isn't perfect. This chest piece is, this shield isn't perfect, but they're both legitimately good. In fact, let's go ahead and see if we can't get some of that defense back that we traded away on some of these pieces by glyphing them back. We'll get some more speed too. And so what I would do for your Hydra is I would try taking Newt in. He's going to do a lot of work. So probably swap out that Royal Guard who's not quite built all the way. So you don't have to rebuild him right now. But in the future, you may want to. Keep looking for a couple of upgrade pieces to Husk. Husk is closer than Royal Guard, so he's not in a bad spot. But he's just not quite there yet. I think the Weaken will help. The Husk will hit harder. So having that Weaken out there from this guy will help. And then, you know, like I said, that maybe just getting Rector Draft faster or getting her in a reflex set might be enough to keep everybody in healthy shape and make sure that Vizix doesn't go down. All right, so now if we're looking at it, we've traded away less than 600 defense. We've traded away less than 600 defense. We've picked up over 5,000 HP, by the way. So in terms of tankiness, like your survivability is basically going to be relatively unchanged. This is probably a better distribution of stats. You've gained almost 80 speed, which is crazy. He's great fast, just like Vizix is great fast, because he's also turn meter control. You now have a really fast Vizix and a really fast Newt. You're going to crush Fire Knight with just those two champions. By the way, he should also be your solo farmer for Minotaur if he's not. Now let's just take a quick look at his masteries to make sure that we got his masteries where we need them to be. This right here, deadly precision. So you went down the offense tree, but you went with attack. So that was the mistake. That's where you lost the 5%. So you want to go with deadly precision. Now, what I would say is, you know, Giant Slayer is the right. That's fine. Giant Slayer is totally fine. You can go with Giant Slayer. Giant Slayer is primarily for like the big bosses like Hydra and Clan Boss. You can also put him. You can also run him in Helm Smasher. So yeah, you know what? You maybe just built him fast. You built him early on, and you just happen to miss that. But obviously he doesn't need attack. He's a defensive based damage dealer. So it may have just been a misclick, you know, or you didn't realize you could get all the way over. But I think your build is fine. You want methodical, that's good. You want kill streak, that's good. So the question is, do you want Giant Slayer or do you not want Giant Slayer? And for you know, for Newt, I think if you're going to use him, it almost doesn't matter. If you're going to use him against Clan Boss, I would say maybe go Giant Slayer. Otherwise, you might be better off with Helm Smasher. It's really hard to say. Maybe you can watch a video on him. Somebody else has a stronger opinion about it than I do. I think I run my Newt with Giant Slayer. I think I do run my Newt with Giant Slayer. So yeah, you're going to want to redo these masteries. Make sure you get that 5%. And, you know, maybe that you did that originally because your build had extra crit rate. And so you didn't go after the extra 5%. And you were like, you had 110, so you didn't care. But this guy's now going to hit quite a bit harder. At least, you know, like I said, I think his individual hits will actually hit harder. But I also think he's going to take so many more turns that he's going to do a lot more damage. I just want to see if his accuracy is high enough. Let's take him in here. Let's pull out Royal Guard. And now that we've rebuilt Newt, let's just see if this is enough. Maybe make this work a little bit better. Okay. And of course, he's the first one to get devoured. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm just going to hit this guy. I don't want to get the fear on Newt right now. Get the provoke out there. Let's get now we've got that, and we can do this. All right. Now this is the other thing that's great about Newt, when you have the Hex out there, right? He does all that extra damage. Because when he targets one head, he hits all of the heads in terms of damage. Let's see. We need the decrease attack. We need the weaken. Counterattacks are going to be nice. As long as he's under the veil, it'll be nice. Nuts. Didn't get the slow out there. See if we can get the second provoke. We got the second provoke, which is nice. Let's get the increased defense out there. And now let's see how hard Newt hits. All right, so this is the AoE. Is this the big hit? We already did the AoE. So let's just pop this and see what happens. 203, 203, 203. So 600K on that hit, right? Actually, more than 600K on that because you've got the Giant Slayer procs as well. But he did 609,000 just on that. So yeah, we're going to get a lot more damage out of this. Pulling that Royal Guard was a good idea. Anyway, okay, so again, I think this Hydra team is very close. One of the things about building a Hydra team is you've got to think about the heads in rotation. Obviously, if you don't have the head of Torment in the rotation, like if this is a substitute head or just not a head that's in play very much at the difficulty level you're going on, because remember, as you ramp up in difficulty, the substitute heads play more. You need a solution for that head. The two solutions are get a perfect veil or get a champion that just has a fear removal like a Shamil, and he's basically the one that you want. So you got to think about solutions and try to build your team that way, survivability. That also includes your sets. So like regen sets can be really helpful. Guardian sets can be really helpful. Stalwart sets can be really helpful. We didn't necessarily find all of the sets, that we wanted, like the stats in the sets that we wanted, but that's okay. We did pretty well. But one of the things you said is like, you've culled your gear maybe a little bit. And so one of the things that you can focus on when you're moving forward in the Hydra is those sets that are going to provide value on specific champions for Hydra. So whether that is, getting Vizik, let's say, if she's going to be your provoke champion, maybe getting her in either Stalwart or Regeneration or something like that. Or putting someone else, putting one of the other support champions like Uko or Rector Draft in like a Guardian set, right? Where they're going to get regen. Plus they're going to like share some of that burden in terms of damage. You want the speeds, you want the accuracy, you want the tankiness. Hydra's a stat hungry fight. So sometimes it takes a while to really tweak your team. But these 6 champions will do a very good job at this difficulty level. I don't know if you'll get to a 1 key for a little bit. It's going to take some gear and some tweaks and some experimentation on your part. But it feels like this team could get a 1 key. And so, I wouldn't hesitate to say, try this out for a couple of weeks. See if you can't tweak it to make it work. And if it doesn't work, chances are you don't have to rebuild it. You just maybe need to make one substitution. Keep an eye out for a Shamil. If you get a Shamil, build him. He's so good. He's so good. And he is the solution for the Head of Torment. It's the perfect solution for the Head of Torment. So if you get 2, build 2. Yeah. But otherwise, Rector Drath is a pretty good second choice. I think the only other thing maybe that you could consider is like if there was a champion that maybe had a buff extension that would allow you to keep that perfect veil up 100% of the time, and maybe like the strengthen up and the increased defense and all that stuff up for an extra turn, that would be another substitution you could make. So maybe even like a Demitha or a Godseeker Aniri or somebody like that. That would be a potential substitution. Godseeker Aniri would bring in that additional healing as well. So, and the revive. So potentially, you could swap in, say, Godseeker Aniri for Mighty Uko. That might be a decent swap. Kind of depends, Yeah. Listen, Mike, I'm glad I could help you out. Yeah, this is, Hydra is a beast. Like, no pun intended. Hydra fight is a beast. And honestly, like you can do a rebuild and you can start in a few hours, but it's going to take a few weeks of tweaking and playing with it. And so knowing the theory behind it is going to help direct where you go. But I wish you good luck, and let us know. Let us know in the Discord. Come back. Tell me how you're doing. Send me a DM. Send me a picture of your roster. Send me a picture of whatever Hydra damage you do. My hope is that you'll be able to get this, team to get you a hard 1 key. It's not dissimilar to my 1 key hard team. I run a lot of these champions, but I have a Shamil. So I don't run Rector Drath. And then typically, like I sometimes run Mighty Uko. I run Mighty Uko on one of my teams. But I also run Cardiel on one of my teams, and Cardiel has the ally attack, which really boosts your damage with champions like Newt. So if you have Newt and Cardiel running together, you can really crush heads. So everybody's roster is a little bit different, but in theory, this is very similar to what I've got, and so I hope it's gonna provide you with a little bit better result than what you were getting before. Plus, the nice thing is about some of those rebuilds; those are going to help you out in other places. That Vizix rebuild will help you out everywhere. That Newt rebuild will help you out everywhere. You're going to get value out of them in Iron Twins and Fire Knight and Doom Tower and all sorts of places. So in Spiders then. So hopefully that will yield results as well. All right. So I'm going to hand this back to you. Good luck. And let me log into I'll log in my account and I can show you actually my Hydra teams. I don't do Hydra as consistently as I should. Since getting my Mithrala. But my main team is very good. And I have a team built with Shamil and then a team without Shamil. Oh yeah, you had a Duchess too, which I didn't. Did I not look at the Duchess much? Duchess can be great for that as well. I just I don't have a Duchess, so I don't necessarily think of her all that much. But yeah, so like, whoops, I'm out of Hydra keys. Yeah, so this week I was just throwing keys away, but you can actually see here, like using some of those same champions. So Bivold of the Thorn is my provoker. Vizix is the other provoker. So I've got two provokers. They're both AoE provokers. I've got a cleanse. Like this team doesn't have a solution for the Head of Torment, which is why I only got. So the first key was like 500,000 and the second key was 20 million. And then I don't know if I did my other key at all. Yeah, so this should be a one key. I just ran it and walked away, and then it got 29 million. I didn't care. So it's a one key hard, but this actually typically tops out around 60 million in hard, something like that. So it really depends on a little bit of RNG. And I like run Sissia Flametongue with Cardiel because that gets me some extra damage. But I don't really need 3 damage dealers on this team, so sometimes I run 2 if I want to extend the fight. But you can see Shamil's so I have the provoke for the Head of Decay. I have the fear removal. I have my 2 nukers. I have the decrease attack and the buff removal, and the block debuff. So I've got all the solutions here on this team. And it's just a bit of a matter of like if I want to sit there and manual and try to extend this. Like I said, I've gotten 60 million in one key on hard. This is pretty close to the team. I don't think this is quite the team that one keyed Brutal for me. So Brutal one key is 30 million. And I think this team that I use here, I think without Sissia, I think I might have had Mithrala in Sissia's spot. It might have been Mithrala, or it might have been, I'm trying to remember exactly who it was. But it might have been Artak even. I don't even know if it was another damage dealer or not. But this team no, it was a provoker. It might have been Husk. But this team basically, solved Brutal for me. I think I got about 30, maybe 35 or 36 million. And that's where I stopped. So I haven't progressed past that point myself. I don't have a Nightmare team. And I don't think this team would get me very far in Nightmare. You need 37 million. I might get 15 or 20 million maybe with this team in Nightmare. But yeah. So again, you look for those solutions, and then you try to build the champions. The only champion here that is specifically built for Hydra is Shamil. Everybody else I use in other places. So that's the other thing. If you're specializing any champions, you're going to be able to build them specifically for this fight, which is really good. All right. I'm guessing that the Takeover Hydra situation didn't go as planned. It went okay. It didn't go as great as the Clan Boss Takeover. But, you know, we did a Clan Boss Takeover and a Hydra Takeover in the same day. I'm exhausted. It's also 7 o'clock. This is my longest stream in like 2 months. So anyway, everybody, thanks for hanging out. Massive rebuild on Vizix and Newt, so he did improve the account, says Live Wild. I think so too. Thank you. But yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out. You know, sometimes with the live streams, that's the thing. It's like you never know what you're going to get. And I hope, you know, Mike said he learned a lot and that he was happy with the help. But, you know, unfortunately, we didn't get the result quite yet. But I do think that team is definitely moving in the right direction. And he's going to get the result. And Mike, definitely send me screenshots. I want to see screenshots because I think that team is going to do work for you. But it's now 7:15 and I got to go and complete all my daily quests that I haven't complete yet. All these quests that I haven't done yet. So I got to take off, guys. I got to take off. You got to take off too. Go complete your daily quests and your advanced quests for the day. Don't forget to watch the video, like this video, like that video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. You've all joined our Discord community, so that's great. Son, do we have anything else for these fine people?
I think that is it for right now.
Thanks for hanging out.
Rest of your evening.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out for the long stream. And hopefully we will see you again on Saturday. On Saturday for our Noob versus Pro series. Until then, have a good night.